I believe we are live. Look at that. The sun has not gone down yet, so I don't need extra lighting on my face. Ooh, extra lighting. Oh, it is a bit dark on this side. Maybe we'll turn it up just a wee bit. Hey, that's not so bad. Just hide most of the light so it's not so bright. There we go. So, what are we doing today? This is Astroneer Final Early Access build. This was what? March 2018 was when they launched into 1.0. And I won't harp too much on why I'm not playing the latest version of the game. But, suffice to say, this one's my preference. And if you've been part of other communities, you know that there are people who prefer different versions of games. It's nothing really that unusual, although obviously there are features in the current version that I would like to see in this version, but they weren't there yet. They did not yet exist. So, rewinding has its drawbacks, indeed. I left it there? Yeah, I left it there. Oh yeah. Excellent. Alright, so one thing you can do in Astroneer is when you start a new game, basically what you do is you select which of these suits you would like your character to wear. As far as I know, there's no effect whatsoever on anything. Let's check our graphic. Oh, Ultra? Oh. We're in 720, right? That's what our playback is? Yeah. If we're playing back in 720, then I should keep this set to 720. Let's just find out and make sure. No. Wrong button. 720, source. Okay, beautiful. Well, we'll see what kind of frame rates we get with Ultra. This game can be a little bit sticky. Let's just go ahead and not overpromise here. So what you do is you pick which one of these suits you'd like to wear, and then you launch and you land on this planet that you see in the distance. It's procedurally generated. If you don't like what you see, you can actually just cycle it by hitting escape to go to that menu, and then save and exit to menu. Should only be an option in-game, but it is an option on the menu, where it basically just reloads the menu with a fresh planet. That looks pretty similar. I see some trees. Trees aren't bad. They offer some benefit to start, which we'll go over later. There's a lot different in the basic mechanics of the game, but there's a lot conceptually that's pretty much the same. What I do know, I will note along the way, in case anybody is interested, including the fact that we are not listening to the game's soundtrack, which I suppose might be evident to some. See, now we've got this large mountain in the middle. See the terrain's purple here, and the mountain is gold. Still mostly a green theme. Let's see if we can't get... There's certain color palettes that you can't get anymore. They're not in the current game. One is a golden tone with a light blue around it. That looks really boring. Now, really boring surface doesn't mean boring underground, and vice versa. Exciting surface could still have a boring underground. You kind of want a little bit of both, but there's really no way to tell what's underground. That's a neat thing. I wonder what that is, or if I'll even be near it. Normally your starting zone is like right around here. So sometimes you'll spend a minute or two going through these just to see what's going on. It's Zima, Alien Gathering. Welcome, welcome. How you doing today? And have you ever heard of Astroneer? This is a Steam game. If you buy this game on Steam, it will look wildly different, which is why the title of the video is noting that it's the early access version. Pleased to note that was, what, 3-4 years ago. Oh, those are neat, but I only see the one. I'm still kind of in my head anyway, so I'm not quite ready to jump in and play. We'll see. You'll see what I mean. And this is something you only have to do when you start a new save. And you don't have to do it. You can just take whatever they throw at you. The starting plate area could look really boring, and yet right around the other side of a mountain that you don't get to see from here. Oh, well that looks exciting. But okay, let's just turn off my speakers. Yeah. So you press the launch button, and you can kind of look around at the planet, but you're mostly only going to note its geography. You won't get much more out of it than that. And that's okay. Oh yes, this looks lovely. Nice procedurally generated terrain, purple and blue instead of green and brown. Not the beginning I was hoping for, but I always like when the launch pad kind of goes over a cave like this. It actually adds a little bit of a challenge to your initial start. Or at least forces you in one direction, or so it might seem. So, Astroneer, you can see this popped out of the little pod that I was in. You can get back in it. It's got a power supply over here, which you can't make this power supply, but in the current version of the game, you can. It's called an RTG, Radiothermal Generator, I believe. These are also something you can make so that you don't have to build a new shelter every time you want air somewhere. This is the air supply. And the black ground you can think of as just almost indestructible concrete. You can get rid of it, but not easily. And we're going to talk about the terrain tool. So the first thing you get a good look at is your character has this backpack, and you press Q, and rather than a menu or zooming into it, it actually just brings the backpack up as an interactive tool. It's got these little sockets on it. It's got this bar here, which is the power meter for your onboard power storage. This down here is your basically a 3D printer. It's your backpack printer. You can make a number of devices and unlock more along the way that are more complex, require different resources, perform more specialized tasks. You actually have a couple of slots up top as well, and then you have a couple on this tool. So let's talk about what this tool is. This is the terrain tool, with which you can deform the terrain. And there are many accessories, attachments, and tools that work in conjunction with that. You'll also note if you press the control button or the alt button, it changes the little icon that's in the middle of it. But there's a red X indicating that I do not have the equipment to perform that function. You'll notice that doing this does not drain my power. You connect with these little tether ropes. This little tether line gets drawn when you're connected. That will feed you power and oxygen. So the blue bar at the top of your backpack, you'll see it slowly draining now. That is oxygen. As you run around out here, it will slowly drain. If your oxygen gets super low, it slows you down. So you can't perfectly time exactly how long you can be away. You know, like if you go a certain distance to do a job, right, you look at how much oxygen you're consuming. You can zoom in with the scroll wheel. And then you stand around for a minute. And then you know that wherever you stopped moving, so it was right here just at the left edge of this socket, that the mirror side of the backpack, you'll have just about that much oxygen to get back with. So you're standing here, you're this far away, and the base has a neat little beacon on it that you can see to get home. Take a minute to look at the stars in the sky. There's a sun. That appears to be a planet. That definitely looks like a planet. There's one. And then you think, oh man, look at all this grass, the mountains in the distance, and uh-oh, there's that oxygen tank, and it's just lining up with the inside of that socket. So theoretically, I should have just enough oxygen to make it back. But what happens if you don't? What happens if you get too far away? I'm not going to actually kill the character, but we're going to see it real quick. How it gets kind of derpy, if you will. I love the wispy air lines through the sky. It gives it kind of a... Oh, what was that old Zelda game? See, it says suffocating. The screen starts to turn red around the outside, but then you connect back, and you're good to go. You do take fall damage. There's other things that can damage you. The second you stop taking damage, you immediately start to heal it. It's fairly quick, but it's not instant. Alright, so why, oh why, do we have this tool, right? Well, clearly there's a symbol here that lets you know that this is something significant. And wouldn't you know it, big surprise, it comes up with a resource, and it's called resin. And we'll continue to dig. Now, one thing you can make with resin is the canister. While we wait for that to print, boom, there's our canister, and that automatically feeds the next one in to make another, but I don't want to. So now when we pull up the terrain tool, it's really, you probably won't notice it the first time, but if you look really close, you'll see a little white line to the right side in that red ring, pointing basically 3 o'clock if it were a clock face. There, it's much closer now, you can see a white line there. So when you start digging, what you'll notice is that red bar starts turning blue, starting at that white line. And you'll see a line around your canister as well, and the dot turns yellow to let you know that there is some dirt in it. If there's no dirt in it, the dot is black or blank, and when it's full, it will turn green, and this little red bar will be completely solid blue. That is basically all still true of the current version of the game. Not just this early access build. There we go, our canister is green. You saw that little Q tick float above when I was halfway down on oxygen, and you can see that there's some land here, but I can't quite jump that high. So that's where the other variants, now we have the other arrow which points away, which means that it expels dirt out, like so, but only if you have a canister to store it, which allows you to walk up and get to the oxygen again. Now, sure, I could have just gone around, but and you wouldn't know how, that I'd still have to explain how that tool works. Alright, so let's throw these down. I'm going to go ahead and put them in, let's see, let's go over to this side. Little organizational tips. So you're going to collect, obviously there's going to be more than just one kind of resource. This resin will not be the only of its kind. And I'm just going to clean up some of this grass around here. Some of it you'll get a little bit of organic resource for. Some of the less mature looking plants you won't actually get anything for, but that's okay. We're not here to be greedy with the grass. Alright, so you can go through and pull these off one at a time, or you can switch to something that costs that resource, and then line up your printer edge here with that resource. Careful not to hit the print button, and it will auto feed into the printer to make it easier to take it all out. Now organic, I'm not too concerned about that. It does grow back. If you don't completely annihilate entire fields of grass, it will grow back. So let's see. So we found something useful to make with resin. Let's see what else you can make with it. Oh, so oxygen filters. Small generator, that takes compound. Small printer, also compound. Tethers, also compound. And we're back to canister and oxygen filter. Now I'll find an oxygen filter later so we can show you what that does, but right now I think it's better if we save it, our resin. And in fact, when it comes to the canisters, if you have more than one canister, what you'll notice is that line to the right side there will actually be another one directly across from it, and then it will continue to segment into fractions however many canisters. So if you have 3, you get this nice 3 hash marks. I've never seen a limit. I would imagine it's just, what, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 would be the limit. And there's reasons why you don't want 13 canisters on your back, and we'll go over that too. Alright, so this is compound. Hey, from like the stuff we need for the things in the backpack. So this time, if you notice we got to this pile, we had just outside of the socket. So we'll head back when it's just outside, just to the left of the socket that the canister's in. Not its box, just a little hole in the middle, so you have to kind of eyeball it. We don't want to go past that box, probably. Just for safe measure. Just for good measure. Yeah, let's go ahead and head back. You know, and it's always possible, like, oh no, I fell into a hole, or oh no, I fell into a thing. So when you have something like the oxygen filters, it actually extends the air. It will feed your system off of those filters that will extract oxygen from the air enough for you to breathe. It's not a breathable atmosphere currently. The sun's up, so I can see that there is actually enough room here for another little storage tray. Now first we'll build a small generator. Oh. We've got a Discord message. Ah, yes. Star Valor. Alright, so we printed a small generator. We'll set that to the side. Small printer. Okay, we've got that. And then, tethers. Cannot forget the tethers. And while it's printing, I can't use the auto feeder to access resources more easily, so we just do that manually. Now, if you'll notice, this backpack battery is recharging just from the exohabitat. So, just based off of that simple observation, one might be inclined to think, oh, well, why do I need this generator if I've got power coming from the habitat? But this is not, this game quickly became what it clearly was meant to be, and that is an industry game. So you will have more than what can be powered off of this. So you'll notice that everything has these little red plugs, and the little red plugs have 4 little lines around them. These are dark, these are not. We've also got sockets on these. If you really want to, you can store resources there, or you can even put generators there as supplementary power devices. And you'll see this generator runs on organic. We will turn it off. Alright, so let's get our printer here. Now, this printer prints fairly, this is a small printer. It is not the smallest, but it is small. Alright, so what do we do with this, right? Hold Q to examine. Medium storage costs 2 resin. Medium platform A cost 1. A rover seat, just a chair, costs 2 compound. And a medium printer, the next step up, costs 2 compound. Now that doesn't seem like a whole lot going on for this small printer, but if you hold Q, you get this, which is your basically your control console. Pretty much the only thing that you can really do from it is unlock new items. But you'll see blue ones are ones that you've already unlocked, so you'll recognize the canister, blah blah blah. You'll recognize the medium storage, the medium platform A, so you can see what that looks like. And that's just about it. Until you get in, you'll see the lines here. There's the backpack, 2 dots, 3 dots, and then vehicles, which we'll talk about later. These are the medium printer, gives you more of the base level industry stuff. In the new game, the vehicle printer is actually just a large printer, and it does a lot more. And it does more than just vehicles in this version as well. It actually, not dramatically more, but it's mostly things that are typical vehicle accessories, but not necessarily. Alright, so we've got this tether line, and we've got this box of tethers. So what do you do with it, huh? You want to go really far out, right? But your oxygen's limited. So I think by now you've probably guessed that the tethers are for going farther. Now the only thing I've really seen around here that doesn't look natural so far is actually out this way. So we get to the edge of the tether line, and the place tether actually has a slightly better range than the suit. Boom. You place that tether, and now it extends the oxygen supply line and power supply. You place another one, get a running start. And there's a benefit to the fact that the suit tether is slightly shorter than the place tether, and that's the eye-hand coordination. How did I get early access? There's a way to do it. I downloaded it through Steam. It's kind of a complex process to just describe, but there's videos and stuff on it, on how to get the depot ID and download it. But basically what I do is I have the versions that I like saved into a folder, and so every time the game updates, it overwrites whatever version you have, and then you just go back into the game files that you just downloaded through the update and then paste the version that you want to play back into the game folder. Oh, look at that. So we used the train tool to dig some of this stuff up. It's mostly salvage and scrap pieces. A drop ship, but you can see it's damaged, so there's no way to repair stuff, so it's just, well, like it says, debris, salvage. Somebody's unlocking computer. So it looked like one of our fellow Astroneers that didn't make it. They might have died, or perhaps, well, here's the backpack. Oh, research sample, press E to research, boom. Gain 206 bytes and a box of tethers. Okay. And the solar panel. The small solar panel. That is very, very important. Oh, VSync is on? What are our frame rates without it? 160? Oh my. It does look kind of trashy without it though, doesn't it? Let's put VSync back on, and we'll go to Ultra and see if that doesn't clean up a little bit of that blitteriness. Does that look better? That should look a lot better. Yeah, that's not bad at all. And we're still getting 60 frames per second. We'll see if it dips under, but it should be capable of hitting 8. I just wanted to make sure it's smooth. But by the way, gaming with Sahia, thank you for your question. Thanks for coming by and hanging out. I hope you like Astroneer a lot. First time chatter. Welcome to the channel. I don't play Astroneer that much anymore, but I kind of want to start to again because, well, it's been a long time and I sort of miss it. So I've been kind of getting back into it little by little. Now, one thing with the solar panels is you can put it right here, but it's going to have limited range. I prefer to put the solar panels here where they can get their full 180 degree ability, and so that will add to, when we print something, I'll show you the power draw. Let's see, 1 resin for that table. I have resin and compound. Hey, I've got those things. There we go. So we'll need 2 compound and 3 resin. Okay. So we go to our small printer. And you can see now that the printer's plugged in, the rings around the plug are yellow again. Alright, so let's go ahead and activate it. I expect that gaming with Sahia is probably looking up how to do that now. Alright, so medium platform A, unpack, and it should look just like the picture of the little blue outline that was in our book, our backpack. And then we print a medium printer. And that consumed 2 compound that you can see on top and slowly eating it away. Now you can cancel construction and it'll take those resources right back, but once it's fed all the resources in, it finalizes an object. You can't recycle it unless you completely shred it into scrap and start from scratch. Which is kind of funny because you get the same scrap from metals and what is that, clay? Is that clay? How convenient. Look at this little underground cavern. The cavern layers go pretty deep. The newer versions, they go much deeper, but they're kind of weird. and not as much fun in my opinion. But we're not going to talk about that. Oh, right. So now we have a medium printer. I don't know why I plugged it in over here. That's certainly not where it goes. Ah, the sun's up. You can see now that the solar panel has angled itself downward to point at the sun. And the sun follows all the other stars in the sky. On this belt, well, there's other stars that aren't on the belt, but they're scattered. You'll see this dense belt of stars. It rotates in a constant direction, as you'd expect. And all the planets are along that belt of stars as well. And there is no compass in this game. If you notice, there's not a player compass on the HUD. There is no HUD. And you also cannot make a compass. But there are other things you can make to assist with navigation, and there's always this star band. And as you saw, this generator and this generator can directly power the suit. You see it's still pointed at the sun. And then you can make oxygen filters for as much as you can find compound, which is pretty plentiful. I've spent hours in this game with a solar panel or a wind generator on my backpack, or even an organic generator like this, because you always know there's going to be some plant somewhere. Ah, now this is something that's not in the new game. They took these, or I should say they adjusted the system of the game. They changed the terrain system entirely and did not put storms back in. This is a dirt storm. Now most people will tell you when there's a storm you have to go underground, get into a habitat, get into a vehicle, and I tell you today that is not true. If you notice, I put these two machines close to the habitat, and that is mostly incidental to the length of the power cable, right? Like, it doesn't go on forever, it stops. It stops at a certain distance. But you can connect this, and then connect it to another system, another one, and you can make a base that goes all the way out in a straight line. I'm going to show you a way of setting up a base that does not do that. And the reason for that is because of the storms. Because if you know what direction the storm is going, you can hide from it. Like, even though it's over here and passing that way, the wind's still blowing this way. You do not want to be standing out in the open during a storm, but the shelter will protect you even if you're not in it, because the rocks will only be flying in one direction. So I'm standing basically in the lee of the shelter, the safe side, but storms come from all different directions. You have to listen for them, which is why even though we've got our music playing, we want to make sure that sound effects are loud enough to hear. Because when one of those storms comes, you need to know it. You don't want to just use your eyes. I played this game without sound. It's tough. The new version, you can get away with it. There's still ways to die other than falling, but you can get away with it a lot easier. But this game, the storms basically make that the worst idea possible. Oh, look at that. How many tethers do we have left? 5, okay. It's not completely unusual to find a destroyed base before you've built everything in it, so that it's a little spoilery here. But you see I found this, a wind generator, wind turbine. Now you'll notice that it's not going to spin if you have it on the back, these back slots. The small generator can, but the solar panel and the wind generator, as far as I remember, they don't function. But we also have another solar panel here and another one here. That is really lucky to find 3 small generators on one destroyed base. Now there's no research objects that I can see, so there's definitely a little bit of RNG balance here. Hey look, there's a cave up there. Oh, that was our last tether. Oh, sun's going down. You can see the sunset on the mountain. Battle in the shadow of the mountain. Are you still with us, gaming with Sihia? Can you hear me? Hear me? Hear me? Oh, what do we have here? Uh-oh, we're almost half dead. I'm going to push the limits a little bit because we went uphill, so it'll be faster going down. But if you see, it says malachite, copper ore. Well, that sounds pretty gosh darn useful. I will risk death to get a good bit of this without having to come back really fast. And I will show you why I'm being so apparently reckless. Okay. I may die. I may have been too slow. But you slide down the side of the mountain, you get a nice little speed boost. He'll actually look like he's surfing. And if you go really fast, and I mean, that look, the screen is still red. It's slowly fading out, but the screen was still red. Barely made it back to the tether in time to not suffocate. And I got 3 pieces of malachite, which at the moment I can't really do anything with except marvel at how it symbolizes my courage. Or recklessness. Alright, so if you gather resources and you don't have room for it, it just kicks it onto the ground next to you. The problem is those storms will take that away. So I put it on that socket to keep it from blowing away. Alright. You can see there's more resin scattered around here. You want to be efficient with tethers. This game uses your CPU. It uses it. Even if you have a really high-powered CPU, overclock, lots of cooling to help it stay at full tilt. I think this game's going to benefit a lot from DDR5 and NVMe's with PCI 4.0. But right now, like, even the latest systems, you'll eventually start to get just terrible, terrible glitching that completely stifles the systems into basically nothingness. Eventually, you just won't be able to play a save, but there's no end game to this game, so there's no... It doesn't really go anywhere just yet, necessarily. Now we're getting an awful lot of generators, which is nice, but we all know solar generators don't run at night, so we need... You see here, this is a great demonstration. The line here is showing that it's power, but not fully. The red is the percentage, so it's actually running slower than it normally would because it's reduced power input. And now we've got a big table. But I'm out of resin. So we'll put some of our stuff down on the big table. Now let's not do that. Let's go ahead and put it where it's supposed to be. Ugh, tedious. Now, taking stuff out of the backpack and putting it in a functional spot on the ground, it can be a little imprecise when you're still getting used to it. It's easy to make mistakes just based on timing because it's such a variance, but you'll get the hang of it, you'll get comfortable enough with it. Oh, resources. You want to know what's close to your base, so when you draw a tether line out, it's a good idea to go back and forth a little bit just to see what's nearby. You never know when you'll find something immensely useful. Just like at that base, we found those 3 generators. You never know when you'll find stuff like that. You have to explore for it. You can see some stuff still kind of pops in a little bit, a lot, a bit. They never really solved that to my knowledge. But I think it's gotten better in the newer versions of the game. Things don't quite pop in as much, depending on your system. I made a point to clean up my system today, to optimize everything, to make sure nothing's running in the background, to clean up a lot of the automated stuff. Which there's never a whole lot of for me, because I do that pretty often. But I wanted to make sure that this game had every fighting chance to be its best. So if your games glitch out before you've really gotten a chance to get started on them, then it may not be your overall system specs, but more just a matter of your system having too much to do at once, background stuff that you don't necessarily see. Your computer's doing a lot more than what you see on the taskbar, I'll put it to you that way. Ooh, there's lots of compound out here. So I need another box of tethers. I need to watch my air tank. You want to pay attention to the general shape of a resource pile, because they do generally come up pretty round. Not perfectly, of course, but pretty round. So you want to kind of hollow it out like a bowl shape, or a parabola, if you prefer. And then hightail it back because you forgot to watch your oxygen and now you're almost out. And we made it just in time. Good deal. So what I want to do, now I'm going to go back. Whoops, waited too long. Oh, look at that. Well, I'm glad this is on the way to more tethers. Alright, so we used the last tether, so that inventory slot's open along with the 3 on the terrain tool. Ooh, this place does not look as... Oh, well, we got one generator, and it's wind, which is good, because we had a lot going on with the solar. Okay. There we go. And then there's that, extenders. When I talked earlier about how there's a limit to how far things can be away from each other to be able to plug in, the extenders allow you to extend that range without having to just build a bunch of pointless machines and tables in between. Oxygen's full, pretty sure I can just run straight back to the base instead of going out and across. That's the Pythagorean theorem. It's faster to just run straight back. Don't want to take that indirect route. Alright. Now we've got this table. Large platform A, 2 resin, research chamber. So we keep cycling around, right? It's just these two. You see these 2 dots? These dots tell you what position on the list you're on and how long the list is. As you unlock things, then you get more dots to represent the new items. Looks like we can build a research chamber here. So we'll go ahead and do that. Hurry while the sun's up. And plug that thing in case. Now it looks like we got a little bit of time left. Okay, well that's building. You know, it's a productivity game. It's a building industry game, so try to always have something to do, right? So while those are going, we'll drop these out. Let's take a look at our research. We have 200 bytes. I know what I want to unlock next. We're not there yet. So I'm not going to build another table yet, so I'll go ahead and put down the resin. That will eventually become that table that I want to build. Whoops, we missed. I missed. Alright. And this is where my formation starts to take place. Plug it in. Examine. We have this thing down here. It's a meter. It's the power meter. It lets you know how much power is required for a given item and how much power is actually being supplied. There's a timer. This says bytes per minute. That will all become very relevant in about 2 seconds. Now, normally, this is not the normal kind of thing you want to research. This is more like finding something productive to do with something you might accidentally get too much of. But you can actually research resources. Just, you know, don't. See, that's worth 100 bytes. It'll take 2 minutes. You definitely don't want to ever do resources except organic, and then later you'll get a machine that can it's basically a dirt sifter. It's a soil extractor that extracts minerals and stuff from the ground, from dirt, and you feed it these canisters, and then you can start researching from the dirt if you need to, but again, not particularly efficient. Now this takes 2 minutes 40 seconds to get 100 bytes instead of just 2 minutes. We'll go ahead and fire it up. 26 bits per minute. We'll go to our backpack. 26 or bytes. Sorry, it's a capital B. 26 bytes per minute. Bytes here, it's written out. So now I've got 211. But that table cost 500, so we would need significantly more of those. Now what I'm going to do real quick is go ahead and gather some more resources. We'll get one more organic piece to feed to the generator, or I mean to the research chamber, because that's only going to take 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Cannot research this stuff, unfortunately, as much as it would seem logical to at least be able to research their computer and maybe, you know, get a piece of what they had going on. So when the stream clock hits about 44, we'll know that it's time to reload the research station. A service stop. Welcome. How you doing today? Go. Got our 1 organic, 5 of those resins. Now this pile's a little bit closer, even though the tethers don't get quite as close, but this looks like a really big pile. These veins do not go infinitely deep, they do not replenish. There are auto extractors that will do that you can place on resource piles like this in the current version. They require power, of course, but you will get a lot more out of a resource pile than if you did it with the terrain tool that I have here. But again, it requires power and takes time. It takes time to do its work. Uh-oh. What do you do if you're stuck and you're not going to make it back before a storm? Easy peasy. Don't dig under the tether, dig between them. Remember I said earlier you have to go underground. I'm not next to my base, so I can't use the shelter as a shield. But you can sit underground right here. And what I do is I dig a tunnel that goes downward and then angles around, because rocks can still bounce into the opening of the tunnel and still kill you. So you actually want to make sure that you can't even see the opening of the tunnel. But you also want to make sure that your tether is still connected here. You can also just build a dirt wall and hide behind it. Looks like we're good. And we'll leave this gopher hole here, and so we don't accidentally fall in it, we'll mark it. And yes, there's all kinds of hilarious shapes and structures and statues that you can make with your terrain tool. I've done some fun ones, I've done some silly ones, everyone's done some gross ones. Just putting it out there. It can be done. Alright, so we have about 3 seconds left. Look at that. That storm was perfectly timed. I had a full backpack of resources. If that storm hadn't showed up, I would have come back to the base, just started unloading resources, but not really much else I could have done. It's only going to take 2 minutes now because the solar panels are on. That was the difference. That's why. Because it's getting power now. Earlier it was less than that. Now what you see here is showing that this is the 100% power for this system. And we just added a little bit more power, but it's not really... It's not affecting our research time. See, it has all the power it needs to do the job, but it doesn't have double that. So if you start to add other machines running at this time, you'll start to notice it goes further and further down. We still don't have enough bytes. The next thing I'm going to do is... There's no trees anywhere. There's barely even the rock formations. Okay. I'm going to need a new box of tethers. So we'll get down to 1. Yeah, we need to keep 1. No! It's okay, it'll just be a tool for later. Like I said before, you'll eventually need another one. How much time is left on this? Okay, 30 seconds. There won't be a storm this time, so we really don't have a lot of time to gather all that we need. But we can go ahead and sweep up. Grab an organic real quick. Oh, not quite enough. There we go. You can watch it fly off the back of the terrain tool into your backpack. Grab any AI that automatically slots it for you. And now we're going to start moving things along rather quickly. No kidding. One of my favorite things about this game is the lack of a HUD. It's just not there. Alright, now, I like to tunnel towards the mountains. You certainly don't have to. You can tunnel whatever direction you want. You can follow existing tunnels, you can run away, you can run miles away from your base and then go underground, placing tethers, but those tethers, if you place a lot of tethers, it starts to catch up with you in performance. Alright, that should be enough. Go. So I'm going to tunnel towards those mountains. I don't want my tunnel to be too close to my resource organization, so I'm going to start it over here. In fact, I could just use this. We'll probably hit something good there. Alright, so then I haven't demonstrated this tool, which is the Flattening Tool. Now this flattens things out against each other, and it's not perfect. It doesn't always fill in its gaps cleanly. So if I flatten this out a ways here, and it'll create a little bridge, and there's open space under it. It'll just keep extending out. Now if I grab that and flatten it back, it's not necessarily going to be perfectly flat with the ground that I started this from. And so every time you lift up and then come back, it's going to slightly change and slightly change. You can always come drag back here. But even the black platform is not perfectly flat, so it could still change. But that's just to give my tunnel a little bit of a surround. How are we doing on research? Yay! What is happening? I started pushing the wrong buttons there. Now, even if you're not looking, you'll sometimes visually notice a storm when the sky starts to change colors, but it's not a guarantee. Alright, so we've unlocked, see there's a third dot now. Large platform B costs 3 resin. Over here. Build that. And it will start building. Alright, so let's get our angle started, right? You want to be able to see the angle, because you don't want this to be too deep. So you have to kind of play with it a little bit to get it just at the right tilt. And I like that angle right there. You use the flattening tool to grab that angle, and it will continue that angle down and down and down into the ground. So you step back, you have a look at it, you say, yep, that's the angle I want. Boom. And that is a good time to tell you, by the way, the entire planet in this game is deformable. Now, there are rocks and trees and certain things that you can't dig, but they can typically all be destroyed. The planet, in this version of the game, there's nothing at the core. In the current version of the game, there is, but spoiler alert, I'm not going to tell you any spoilers. So, sorry for the fake spoiler alert, there aren't any. So we start cutting our pathway down, hollow it out with the regular digging tool, go back to the flattening, flatten it out some more. And voila, we have a cave. You have to look around really quick for hazards in the caves. I don't see any or hear any. You'll hear this burbly glug glug sound, kind of a hollow echo to it. And if you hear that, you need to not stand still and probably leave until you're a little more aware of what it means. And these are the caves. You'll see there's resin down here. There's this thing, unknown, and on this plant. What's up with this plant? Okay, well, I'm gonna take this thing. It's big. I can't put it in my backpack, but I can hold it behind me. If you hold shift, you'll run, and when you're holding an object that's like this, that's too big to go in the backpack, or any object when you're holding it in the cursor, it slows you down significantly, even if with the run button. There's no stamina in this game. You just won't run at any pace that you can't sustain permanently. Okay, so it's unknown, research, examine, 1,100 bytes. Ooh, and it'll take, what, 5-6 minutes? Assuming the power system holds, which it is not, because the sun's not up. And while that's running, we'll show another demonstration. So you've got this box here. That box is a large table. You have the option to unpack it. Go ahead and print another one. And you'll see this gold bar is now much lower to almost nothing. And it's going to take 18 minutes and 53 seconds. Yikes, right? But it's 1,100 bytes for one object, so okay, cool, good deal. Done and Dunsky. Boom. And these caves will be full of all kinds of resources and hazards. Ah, there's the burbly glug things. Watch as they spit nasty green gas that will kill you. Not instantly, but fast. As soon as you get out of it, it stops killing you. It's not a classic video game poison. It's more like radiation, in that once you get away from it, you're fine. And you'll start to recover. But that's not all. There's more. Continue flattening. Sometimes when you use the flattening tool to dig down like this, if you're not at the right angle to the voxels, you'll just stop because the overhead, it won't cut tall enough. So the tunnel won't be big enough to keep walking. But if you find just the right angle, you can walk pretty much straight down and, ooh, yes! Now these caves are not everywhere. So there's a chance that digging this deep, you may go past them, which is just an infinity of green dirt until you get to the core of the planet. Where you don't really want to be because it's easy to get stuck down there. Then there's nothing there. You'll just notice the gravity flip-flops on you and everything will be cuckoo. Cuckoo bananas. If you want the technical term. So let's run around, make sure this isn't a half. Sometimes you'll be in a green cave like this, but it won't really... It'll be more like the first level caves. But no, this looks good. Oh, what do we have here? Unknown research. This looks a lot different from the other one. This looks man-made. It has handles and a cylindrical, consistent shape. And we're almost out of air. I don't want to take it back because it'll slow me down. I might suffocate. See how the ceiling's purple up there? That's how you know you're in a half cave. Now, the half caves feed into the full cave. I call it half cave because it's got features from the upper and lower cave systems. The lower cave systems are much more profitable, but much more dangerous. They don't have as many of the gas things that'll kill you, but they have these that'll kill you if you're not careful. See, it shoots spikes out, and I'm basically almost half dead. So we'll just keep on trucking with the tethers. Make a new box. We only have 2 left. Now we've got this open area with options. So, oh, look at that. Solid fueled thruster. You will find those scattered about down here. They're not super common, but if you explore these caves enough, you'll find several of them. They are pretty well hidden for the most part, but not like amazingly hidden. Some of them will be in places you're not expecting to find anything. But for the most part, you'll notice them if you get close enough. The big ones will kill you as well. They're just as poisonous as the little ones. But you can just dig them out, they disappear. And look, seeds. Why on earth would you want to plant those? I don't know. But you can. Oh, look at that. Got a whole bunch of them over here. We've got this thing of dynamite just sitting here. So we'll activate the dynamite. You hear the chirp, so you know it's active, and kaboom. Blast a nice big chunk. Now that chunk will destroy resources, so you don't want to do that as a way of rapidly mining. You will be upset. Got all kinds of resources. Now the other ones don't have spines, but they do explode. They burst when you just dig them up. Oh, look at that. Another very man-made looking cylinder of unknown research potential. I happen to know that one's much more valuable than the one before it. By about 50%, I'd say. And I just know I'm going to want another box of tethers, so... Okay, nothing special down here. Doesn't mean somebody with a lot of stuff in their backpack didn't walk over here and die. Okay. Always check. And then if you really want to just let yourself know that there's really nothing particularly valuable here, you just draw a line through. And this big gray pillar, there's nothing that's going to look like that out in nature. So you've now just indicated that you have been there and probably don't need to go back. Some crystalline looking resource. There's some compound. But what if there's only one or two things in a cave that you don't want? Do you still block it off? Yeah, just, you know. Oh, wow. Another research sample. Oxygen filters. So you can see that my oxygen tank just filled up, even though there's not an oxygen tether connected. We found 3 more bundles of tethers. And a battery, which is charging off of a power cell. So power cell is a one-time use thing. You'll see it, like the oxygen filter is a one-time use. You'll see this has these 4 little circles on it. They disappear one by one as it's consumed. This has 8 on it. They get consumed as well. So you'll notice that the oxygen filter and the battery are both about half full now. And just for the visual, you'll see it slowly filling up. And it's full. So you can see that it takes about 3/4 of power cells to fill up a small battery. That small battery is an excellent tool. This appears to be what I call a treasure tunnel, which is when a tunnel branches deep below the green dirt and down and down and down. There's a good chance you'll run out of air if you try to do this with just the backpack that's on the suit, just the air tank that's on the suit backpack. It's not enough. So if you notice that you're going down like this into a green cave, stop and make sure you actually have enough oxygen. Research unknown. I happen to know this is not a particularly valuable one. I think it's less than 800. But something's better than nothing. We came all the way down this treasure tunnel. Being very careful to remember that we came into this tunnel laterally from an opening, which is what we need to look for. I may have to drop this to run for the oxygen line. Or I may have already passed my line. Uh-oh. Am I gonna die? Oh, crap. Yep, I'm gonna die. You'll get to see death. I can't tell if I passed it or not, but I'll know soon enough. I don't have anything to make oxygen filters out of. If you're underground, you can always bring an extra resin with you to make a filter, and then just make sure that if you do have to make that filter, that the first thing you do is find more resin. Why not just use the resin first and just run off the filter for the range? Well, sometimes you don't need to, and you don't want to just waste the resin. Speaking of waste, alright, we've got 2 more tables here. One thing I want is another research chamber. And then we'll go get those 2 big research things that I found down there after I collect my backpack. So that wasn't your average everyday respawn. I believe I am now somebody else. Excuse me. There's something called laterite, aluminum ore. Unbelievably important. All the resources are, really. How much research do I have? 1,500, right. I burned that 1,000. Ah, I did need to go. I did have further to go. I shouldn't have turned back. I might have survived. Ah. I thought maybe I had overlooked it. I should have trusted my instincts better than that. There. I've emptied out the backpack. Buried the dead. No, bury. And yes, this game's multiplayer. You can have digging games where you fight each other with dirt. Try to bury each other in the dirt. I don't need the organic. But I would like some of that laterite that was down there. And I also want one piece of this crystal stuff. Quartz! There we go. Little pop sound means I got it. Now, it's kind of tough when all the resources are mixed in. So what I suggest you do is stand somewhere on tether, safe from the spiny things. Dig yourself just the tiniest little divot, and then just start digging it all. Don't stop to take things out of your backpack until you're completely done with digging. Uh-oh. We knocked the tether over, so you can see the tether line is broken now. They're dark on that side. Just have to reconnect it. Or replace it. They automatically connect. It's great. Very user-friendly. I don't know why they made the current version of the game so much easier than the early access. It wasn't a difficult game. Not quite in my divot anymore, but I'm okay with where it's collecting. And of course, there's nothing like storms when you're underground. There is wind down here. You can use wind generators underground. You'll get tunnel wind sometimes. But it won't be a lot. But it can be pretty steady sometimes. Alright, so we've got laterite. There's some more malachite, something called ammonium. There's usually good chunks of clay. Graphite. And of course we can't forget this little bad boy. Oh yeah, you can't jump while you're carrying something either. It's the function of your gravity gloves, is it transfers the object's gravity to you. Or at least anchors it to you, so if it's heavy, you can't jump. Unless it's... you just can't. In fact, running barely makes a difference, but it still gives you the option of speed control. Now I'm bringing this one back because it's worth more. And it will also make, if I set this one to go first because it's worth more, and then I put on the one that's worth less. Now, it's not just about the bytes, though. This one also just generally takes longer. Hey, welcome, welcome. So what that'll mean is that they'll finish around the same time. Seize Age, what's up? I can't remember. I keep missing your streams, man. Every time I see the notification, it was like, oh, it just ended. I was like, ugh, shit. Alright, so we're going to turn it this way. Put it nice and close. I know, that's why I try to catch it, but then, like, I don't. Like, I have the notifications set on my phone, but sometimes I still don't get them in time. That is a lot of tethers. I really don't need that many tethers. I definitely don't need to risk accidentally pushing that button to make more. Oh yeah, I need to unlock the next device. What do you know about Astroneer? Soil centrifuge. So the next thing you have to make is a smelting furnace, because pretty much everything else useful after this point is either made out of a smelted metal or otherwise just depends on a smelted metal for its crafting station. One way or another, you're going to need more. So what I like to do is, I know that there's enough resources around here that I'm not going to need all these tethers. So I'm going to free up. Oh, I was going to put this to power the generators. That's okay, I'll take it up later. There we go. So I'm going to need that backpack space for resources. I'll pick the tethers up on my way out. You can even take a couple boxes with you and leave them at the other end in case you forget to grab them. Yeah, this game's nuts. I love this game. You can dig out the entire planet, and the planets are not small. Except one of them is kind of small. And one streamer a long time ago, them and a couple of friends decided they were going to dig out the entire moon of the primary planet, just so you can see what it's like when there's absolutely nothing left. And it's pretty wild. We'll leave our tethers in place. You want to leave some of the tethers at your primary ramp, because you might decide to branch off next time. And if all your tethers are out here, you got to walk all the way out to get them. But if you forget to bring them with you when you need them, well, you're walking back anyway. So it's kind of the same. So you want to just split them up a little bit, move them around. There's usually enough compound along the way that you don't have to bring them with you, but it helps. Alright, and I don't want... I'll go ahead and take 2. No, I don't need to. But I'm going to take these, and let's see. There's the tunnel I've been to. Take some more of this, that's for sure. I didn't see a whole lot of this above ground, but when I go back up there I'll find more, because this is about to become really valuable. But once I've made a soil centrifuge, I won't really have to hunt this stuff down too much. You actually get quite a bit of quartz per dirt placed into it, so it's not something you really have to stock up on too heavily. I don't think there was anything I left on this corpse, right? And this tunnel's done. Okay, so this tunnel has multiple approaches, so I'm going to go ahead and mark it here, so I know I've been here. But this tunnel can go and connect to that one. But honestly, it goes back up to the first layer of tunnels. I really don't want to. So, I'm going to go ahead and mark this section off completely, even though there's technically a direction to go, and that first layer of tunnels that it goes to would technically have resources in it. I just don't find it necessary to go there. The more tethers you leave around, the harder it is for your system to keep up with the game. So, it looks like pretty much this entire area is done. There's still enough resources. I'll leave the tether lines around, but I don't need to really do too much more here. Graphite's not super useless right now, or super useful. It's not super useful. Let's go back over here. Oh, we've got a zebra ball. Those are objects the developers made to test lighting angles in-game. Oh, we have titanium. Oh, look, another solid fuel thruster. So we're just going to look over here. There's some of that hard dirt like the base platform is made out of. You'll have to get a special tool to dig that out. That appears an unimportant little Sputnik. Alright, we found some laterite, but we're really far off tether here. So we need to get back, juice up our air supply, then we can go get some of that. We're gonna need... Ooh, I do have tethers. How about that? Kind of poke around, see if there's any hidden treasure in here. Any dead guy backpacks? Anything like that? No? Nothing. Another thruster. Great. Stay away from the pink things. And hope that you know the way back, because you can easily get disoriented down here. Now we've screwed around just long enough that it's time to... Oh look, instant research. You can pop it on the go. It's kind of buried in that pink thing. It's not really supposed to overlap like that. No problem. Alright. Oh, I didn't drop off the battery. I'm just walking around with a battery, wasting inventory space. Be a little disorienting getting up the tunnels when you're carrying stuff. It's a good reason to hollow the tunnels out. The current version, see, now it's a little cleaner. And eventually you're going to farm dirt to put in the centrifuge, so you're not going to worry that much. You'll tunnel those out naturally. Alright, so let's start this one. It says 28 minutes. This one says 25 minutes. Good. Reasonably good timing. Alright, we've got our tool, our device. Let's go ahead and put it here. There's one thing I need to do just right quick. Oh yeah, backpack's full. Let's go ahead and open it. Get a couple of these. Open this guy up. Medium storage. Boy, will you build lots of these. This version, other version, doesn't matter. You will build a lot of storage. Now I call this the flower base or the daisy base. Just to organize everything in kind of a ring shape. And what that means is, no matter where you are, when the storm comes, because the storms only blow one direction, you can still, mostly, operate your machinery from whatever side of the base you're stuck on. Which is why storms were not that big a deal, which is why they shouldn't have gotten rid of them, but that's neither here nor there. One of many reasons I don't play the current version is because there's no storms, and so it's actually kind of boring. It's a lot less fun. It took one of the primary threads out of the game that made it interesting. Now you notice I haven't turned the smelting furnace on yet, and that's because I want to wait for that power. And we can actually add to that. This will boost it for a moment until the battery dies. It'll speed everything up. Oh, let's unplug those, and you see the printer's moving a lot faster now. Alright. Put that down. It automatically opens. Let's fire it up. We take our second medium storage and we put it here. We've got some clay, laterite. Now I'm not going to put all of my quartz in there. There's one that I want to save, but not for anything I'm doing right at the moment. I just don't want to burn it up yet. Okay. I made all those medium storages, and I'm out of resin, other than these last two that I'll go ahead and put in. Another storm. Holy cow. Well, I'll just go do it underground then. I don't have anything up here to do with the machines. I need more resources. So that's a time when it is good to hide from the storms underground, because then you can just harvest safely. But you do have to kind of check the ceiling. You're not always going to notice holes in the ceiling, but oftentimes you'll see them still. I mean, there's some stuff to do towards the end game, but there's ultimately no goal or anything like that. It's just like, it's just another step of progress based on exploration and advancement. But no, there's no real end game. It's total sandbox. And the entire planet can be dug up, deformed, hollowed out. You can build underground bases. You can build sky bases. Oh wait, that's not the resource I wanted though, that is. It's a lot of fun. The current version's not a bad game. It's just they added some stuff that I felt was stupid. Changed some things and made them much, much worse, and took out a few things that I thought made the game a lot of fun. So it's kind of like the opposite of what you want when a game launches from early access into 1.0. They did the opposite of what I would have wanted them to do. Change the things that didn't need to be changed. And it was one of those situations where they never really polled the audience. They just based their decisions off of a whiny vocal minority. So that they changed things that shouldn't have been changed based on if they'd actually gotten real community feedback. Oh, it's nice. I love that there's not a HUD or menu. Like you just take your printer, plop it on a table, it flips up to let you know it's on. There's your menu. You can flip through it with the keyboard or manually click the buttons. Choose the hologram of the thing you want to build. And then make sure that you're out of the way. There we go. And then you can interact with the menu, or you can just plop the resources right on top of it. If you have this sitting on one of these larger tables, then you can pre-place resources on it that will automatically feed it. Yeah, and they act like they didn't know, which was the most frustrating part of it. I was like, what do you mean you didn't know? You didn't ask questions. You made decisions without asking, without polling people. How could you not know that that wasn't going to give you a good sampling? But they're an indie developer. They obviously didn't put the money into a good consultant. No offense to whoever did the consulting, if there was somebody, but you did a bad job, whoever you were. Just my personal opinion, of course. Nothing to be bought or sold as gospel. Now we can start organizing our power supply. Now you'll imagine that organizing them the way I do on these platforms, 4 on one side, 4 on the other, solar panels on one edge, doesn't have any real impact. And as far as where it's sitting right now, that's true, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. Okay, so our power supply is still coming short. It's showing you the draw of the entire system. We're powering it by about a quarter. So every machine is running at 1/4 speed. That's why it's important to have a Discord, which is the funny thing, because the company that made this game has a Discord, but it didn't occur to them that even that didn't really represent the community at large. So there was no Steam survey, there were no surveys done in their own actual forums that they have on their website. They really, really, really neglected the community in a way that led to a lot of poor decisions and a very childish game. Like, this game looks cutesy and neat and fun, but it's actually provides a lot of challenge and interesting gameplay outside of that. And yeah, they didn't stay true to that. They made the game easier. Resources are too plentiful. The in-game guide is way too easy and hand-holding, and it's not optional. It's like a forced tutorial from hell. I hate it. And I don't even like the color palettes. The new color palettes are like just gross. They don't work for me. We found a beacon, a generator, some power cells, some tethers. And what do we have here? Maybe some fresh research. No, it doesn't look like it. But we got that air filter set up, so we can kind of stretch out a little bit more. I know, look, another backpack. I'm not going to take the canister. I'm not going to take the power cells. Cannot lose sight of where you came from. If you do, you have to dig up to the surface before you suffocate so that you can see your corpse beacon, because trying to come back and find the beacon for your corpse underground is really difficult. But if you dig a tunnel to the surface and you don't make it, then it's even more difficult to find. But if you do make it, then your beacon will be on the surface and you'll be able to go get it easily without having to go back underground. And eventually you'll have a bunch of supplies in your backpack that will make that easier, but also more necessary. No, there's friendly creatures in the current version that they just added that are basically for farming, and I don't actually know anything about them other than that they're like these, just some creature that they came up with to add to the game. But there's no hostile aliens. In the early access version, you are alone. It is multiplayer, which is cool, but that tends to make the game corrupt itself much faster and become unplayable. But that's inevitable anyway, so... Uh-oh. Crap. Oh, no, I see tethers in the distance. I was like, wait, which way was it? I was pretty sure it was this tunnel, but... I went too far. Alright, I'm gonna leave these tethers here. Take back another piece of clay. There's our clay. That's the end of the tether line. This is the way home. Now, there's a trick you can do with tethers that I like to do whenever you multipath, because... Wait, which way's home, right? You might get a little bit lost. And even if you don't get lost, it doesn't hurt to have a little bit of organization. So what I like to do is take a tether, place it in line, and this little short branch, this little double tether, is the branch that takes you home. So now we'll drop our tethers again. It's one tether to save a little bit of time. Well, technically no, but they're kinda, you can fight each other and kill each other. There's primarily two ways to kill people in this game. One is to trick them into getting blown up by dynamite or something like that, or tricking them into other hazards. There's actually a firecracker that if you set it on the ground and ignite it, it'll fly up into space and explode. Now that explosion is harmless, but you can strap dynamite to it, and you can't fire it from your suit. You can't just hold it and throw it, but you can set it on something sideways and time out the explosion, and then just wait for your teammate to get to where that divot is, and then launch another one at them and try to line it up. The second way is to dig them into a hole that is the ceiling of a cave that they'll then fall through and either take collision damage or fall damage and die, or they'll at least be too far away from a tether or a way to get oxygen that they'll just suffocate. So you can battle. You can definitely battle it out, but not as intended. Now, this beacon functions a lot like the beacon that's on the base. The difference being that it'll actually go a lot taller. You can see how it's slowly getting taller and taller than the base. It will go much higher in the air, which means you can see it from much further away. It will not disappear over the horizon as easily. So I've got, this is another one of those games that I've played excessively. It's over 1,000, I can't remember if it's 14 or 1,800 hours. But yeah, I think my friends played about 200 hours, so we played about 100 hours together. And yeah, there's a lot, like, I think you can ram each other with vehicles and kill each other. I'm pretty sure that'll still work. Can't remember, it's been a while. You can change the color of this beacon, not your base beacon, but you can change the color on this one, and it even has one that's flashing red for danger. Or you can just turn it off. But the base is blue, and it will, if you turn it on while it's on your suit, it will provide a beacon to you, which is great for multiplayer co-op, but also it's better than the beacon, just like it's better than this beacon, it's better than the beacon that tells you where your corpse is. So if you're pretty sure that what you're gonna do is gonna get you killed, like, or maybe intentionally, then you strap one of these over your backpack and make it easier for you to find your corpse. Now, the reason I made that is to swap out with this one, but I still want the unprocessed stuff on here. There we go. We'll organize this one similarly to the generator panel. Alright, now let's check on... Oh, we've got 7,000 bytes. That's a lot. That's quite a bit. So we're going to unlock a small oxygen tank, future beacons, because you never know when you're going to want to make more, a work light, small solar panel, small wind turbine. Now I'm not going to unlock power cells because I don't like single-use stuff. I'm not going to unlock the battery because it requires lithium, and that doesn't even exist on this planet. Neither does the sphalerite that becomes zinc, that becomes these mods. You can make dynamite with explosive power, but that gets complicated. We can deal with that later. Large battery, lithium, and zinc. So again, not on this planet. Now that I can build. That I can build. Now you don't get as much power per spot out of those as you do having all these stacked up like this. So as far as space saving, if you're looking for the most efficient setup, you're going to want a bunch of small ones, which I know sounds backwards, and I think they correct that in the modern game. But in this one, you get about half as much power by using one of those. The reason that you might consider those is because you have crap tons of resin to make more tables to put on the extra generators, but these are more resource efficient, right? So this uses a copper and a glass. To get the same power out of two of these, it's 2 copper. Copper is a lot more rare than glass. Glass is quartz that can be found on the surface, underground. It's very plentiful and it doesn't get used for a lot. Copper you're going to want to save for other things as well. So technically this is cheaper per power output. It's just you're going to end up using more resin for space. So if you have more resin than you'll ever need, go for it. Otherwise, don't bother. Same with this. 1 glass will get you one of the small ones. But it's better to have these because basically this setup right here, these 4 generators, will put out as much as a medium of each one. And it only takes up this much space, and you can double it with more. So, space efficiency, stay away from the mediums. If you find one, cool, use it, absolutely. But don't make them. Don't bother making them. One thing I will make, we can just put this stuff down. These are all consumables. I may find a use for them later, but not right now. In fact, this I'm just going to go ahead and slap on here so it'll speed up everything else for a moment. What I want to do is make a small oxygen tank. I don't need that on my backpack. Okay. Oh, and I found another battery. I don't really need that on my backpack either. So we'll go ahead and let that feed the other systems as well. So what I like to put, it's always nice to have one of these troughs that's just for miscellaneous stuff, because you're going to run out of troughs for every individual. So there's some resources, some items. I'm not going to make a lot of oxygen filters. I'll never need lots of ammonium. At least not until I start making my cars rocket powered, which is hilarious but stupid. And I will make a lot of canisters later, but not right now, so I can leave those out. Okay. Alright, so I've got 4 aluminum and 4 copper. I do need more aluminum though. I need more of that. So, set that down. I don't have any organic to put on it, but there is some on this, so we'll go ahead and fire that up. And we'll go ahead and put this over here where it's supposed to be. Oh, I have more copper anyway. Maybe not aluminum, but copper. But what I do have, I need to go ahead and use. So I'm gonna need another table. Okay, cool. I have a process and a plan now. Oh, I don't need another table. That's even better. So I need a vehicle bay. And then okay, and we're not going to need a chemistry lab or an atmospheric condenser yet, but we do need a vehicle bay. Alright, so skip the resin. So I need to go underground to the first cave layer and get some more aluminum. And I have my extra air tank now, so I can go a little bit further. And if I get lost, I can make up to 4 filters off of how much power I have in my battery pack. Or if I get super lost, I can just use some of that power to build a generator out of some compound, get some organic, which there is organic underground, plenty of it. It's the little gold gel beads that you see everywhere. It looks like little blobs of toothpaste. you scoop up enough of that for some organic, and then you start making filters off of the generator. And like I said, you can pretty much run around indefinitely. The limit would be, you know, oops, I went somewhere I've already been and I've too many times, and I scooped up all of the... like, there's not enough resources left because I mined it all to make filters. Which is why I prefer tethers. It's much more efficient. You don't consume all the resources. On something that's not going to last. Was it this way? Nope. Actually, you can also launch tables into space if you're resistant enough. So I'm going to do that thing I talked about where I tunnel up to the surface. And hopefully I don't die before I get there. Shouldn't be too far. There is a storm, so I'm probably going to die anyway. But at least... oh, yep, I died. I got hit by those rocks. They're cubes, but they're rocks. Death number 2. Yeah, this game can actually be quite vicious. It's really easy to get disoriented. But it's also really easy to not get disoriented just by making sure that you place tethers and don't go too far away from them. Some people would complain about it. They're like, it's too similar. It's like, it's too hard to navigate, blah, blah, blah. It's like, but you have beacons and tethers. You don't have to die. If I had drugged those tethers, if I had drugged tethers over there, I would have been fine. But the reason I tunneled to the surface was so I would get this beacon to appear above ground so I could easily see it, run out and get my stuff and come back. If I had died underground, not knowing where I was because I was lost, it would have been really difficult to get back there and find all that stuff again. And then I'd have to, whoop, come on, be mining these resources all over again. I would have buried him, but I don't know if I have the time. Looks like I had plenty of time. Well, maybe not plenty, but enough. Alright. Now we've got lots more aluminum. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, that's all we can put down for now. Oh yes, the piece of finished copper that I set aside. Organic for the generator. If the generator was on when it ran out, it'll ask you for more, and you just click it there, and it automatically starts. So see, those are spinning. They've got power. You see the power system is still mostly empty because the sun's down. And if the sun comes up and we're overcharged, then it will store it in these batteries, so the organic won't be wasted, or at least less of it will be. Now, I need to make sure to unlock that. That. Now, I could go back underground and get one of those solid fuel thrusters that's down there. In fact, it looks like I only brought 1 ammonium up. I thought I had 2. Apparently, I was wrong. And I should probably get more of this to build a table with. I don't need a soil centrifuge right now, but it's a good thing to just have one. You will need it, so you should just build it. There's no reason not to. Then, whoops. I don't use that drop point because it gives you an infinite beacon. What am I doing here? Work light. The work light consumes no power, no noticeable amount of power, but it does have to be plugged in. So it's like infinitely efficient, but it does have to have power. I was like, why don't you just put the tiniest capacitor on it? It'll always be charged. Oh, I don't know why I brought the ammonium with me. Or the resin, for that matter. Never hurts to just zap little shortcuts. There's resin, there's ammonium, and there's an engine. Alright, so we'll gather up some of this stuff. Gather up some of the resin. And then we'll get the hell off this planet. Why? Because you have to. You will not find all the resources on this planet, but if you do it right, you only ever have to leave one time. Now, if I take that brick looking thing, then these instant resources will never pop up again, but at least I'll get something out of that. But I really don't care one way or the other right now, because it's irrelevant to the mission. And you can see the work light. Oh. It helps, but it's not like magic. There's other lights in the updated version of the game. There's a lot more lighting options, and you can even mount them to your vehicle. But honestly, I don't really care about them. Like, they're useful, but one of the main things that you get out of the current version of the game is storage options and a little bit of there's some automation now. So it's funny because, like, one of the big things about the updates was to steer away from the idea of it doesn't support modding, but that hasn't stopped people from trying. I don't know how successful they've been, but there's definitely been people trying. Their refusal to add mod support is just been infuriating. I find it just stupid. But it's another one of those decisions that they made for some reason. Alright, so we go to our small printer. Solid fuel requires ammonium and aluminum. Now there were more thrusters underground, but I don't care. I grabbed those two out of convenience. I actually want that to be 4 and 4, and it's for this unit, but it's not actually going to feed it. If that makes sense. It should. Now let's go ahead and make another 4-pack. That'll be all 4 of the ones that I intend to build. And I haven't explored the surface much, so I haven't found a chair or anything like that. Let's go ahead and do a quick dump. Don't need a work light above ground. Just make sure that gets into one of the chambers. So what I was saying earlier is, okay, like, pretend that the base is not right there, right? You're just here, you've got most of your oxygen, you've got a full battery backpack. You know, you come over here, and you're like, oh good, there's some resin. Let's grab all that, or some of that. And you're like, cool, now I can make an air filter. Boom. Air filter. Oxygen level goes back up. Battery level, not going back up. What do? You come over here. Before you run out of power, you get compound. Because you can't make it if you don't have it. Don't accidentally make a small printer. Make a small generator. And then, now you're really low on power. About halfway down. But you have a generator. And your terrain tool never consumes power unless you have mods on it. It's totally self-sustaining. So you turn that on. If you're not doing anything else, not holding anything else, you can use Z and X to toggle stuff that's on your shoulder, just like the light. So you open your backpack, you hit Z, it's full, so you turn it off to save your organic, and boom. Now you just have to keep picking up organic and resin, and you never have to go back to the base as long as you don't run out. As long as you don't stay in one area so long that you consume all the resources. And I've done hours and hours. I had a save go on for probably 10 hours without ever actually building anything at the base. And you'll find stuff like this, like resource piles. And what you can do is farm up a handful of this stuff here, a little bit of quartz. Scroll over. Beacon. You know what that's for. Drop the beacon. Turn it on. Make it orange. Boom. Hey, look at that. More resin. Let's get 2 of those. Now, if you're using something like a wind generator for this, you're absolutely fine, or even a solar-powered one, that's absolutely fine. The downside is, well, it's not consistent, so you probably want a battery. You don't have to have a battery, but it could help. Wow, already processed titanium. Nice. A piece of resin, we'll just take that with us. A piece of quartz. We'll use that to mark something else. And I accidentally backpacked the thing there. What we'll do is we'll put this over by the beacon. Actually, we're going to put it right here. Put it in a little ditch so that the wind doesn't blow it away. That's plenty. You don't have to get carried away. We put the beacon here, and that lets us know there's some research there. Then we scroll over, filter, boom, because our oxygen tank's low. And now it's not. Now, I don't need to carry around this organic. If I had to make a choice between something else, like if I was full and I had to make a choice, I would just throw it away because it's everywhere. I can scoop up another piece, and my generator, the organic on it's still pretty full. So I'm holding W with my middle finger, holding shift with my pinky, and pressing Z with my thumb to deactivate the generator. And look, if I jump down there, I might die. But ain't that pretty? Oh, this is what I was looking for! This is a destroyed base with a structure on it that to this day you cannot build. Even the current version of the game, you cannot build this thing. Why? I don't know, but it provides oxygen. It's got mounting spots on it. You can build machines on here. You can build an entire base on this thing. They also can be towed. Oh, look at that. 2 of these big solars, but they're destroyed. Another battery. Okay, that's cool. We'll go ahead and charge that up. This is researchable, but it's not worth a lot. And that appears to be... oh, filter. Cool. Might as well take it. that appears to be all the treasure. Clay is too easy to get to worry about it, even ceramic form. And I'll come back and tow this thing eventually, which means we'll put the beacon up here so it's taller. Now, orange, I like to color code things. So we'll use solid red for this because it's a bait. Uh-oh. Oh, I thought the sky changed on me. There could be a storm on the other side of this mountain. I thought the sky was changing color for a storm, but I was probably wrong. And see that exclamation point from the base? Still there, so you can always find your way home. But if you get lost, you find your way to where the star band is direct. Your guy is directly in the middle of the star band, and then you walk it till you get home, because your base is lined up with that star band of stars in the sky. Yeah, a lot of people wanted that too, but like you said, No Man's Sky is a bit too complicated for this kind of interface. They did kind of do it to a degree, but there's just, especially with combat and everything like that, a HUD was just imperative. So if you have to build a HUD, then you might as well use it. But yeah, I don't know. There's No Man's Sky is another one of those games that they changed things that I thought should have stayed the same and kept things that they probably should have fixed or changed. And then the direction of the game just became a cash grab, so it got kind of shitty. People are like, oh, but it's an indie developer. Like, let them make money if they want to. I'm like, no, it's still bad for you, and they're not that small. They might not have a lot of people, but they've made millions of dollars. Granted, a lot of that is probably paying off their debts. But nevertheless, like, I don't feel anything for Hello Games anymore. I feel like they made a lot of shitty decisions that don't justify their success. Oh, there are some machines underground. We'll go check that out. Especially since there's a storm coming. If it's over there, I should be safe. Oh, see, this one's completely destroyed. The walls are destroyed on the base, so you're not going to find anything mounted to it. This has a power cell on it, so coming down here was pointless other than to get out of the storm. Go a little further in. Oh, we need to make another filter. Yeah, because casual players will still are the ones that'll spend money to catch up with the not casual players. Which is stupid because basically what that's saying is that they're getting rid of the bait to try to catch more fish. Like, oh, baiting the hook is just a waste of time. Let's just drop the hook straight in the water and not worry about that. Like, you're only going to get the dumbest fish at that point. And why would you want to do that? Why is that appealing? I don't see any research here. I don't want to get too far from the base. I should probably go more around the base. The reason I'm doing this is to gather up a couple more generators. Even though I could just make them with all the copper I'm finding. But it's also just fun to kind of explore and run around a little bit before you leave the planet. Even though I'm going to come back as quickly as I can, it still will probably be... I would say the minimum would be about half an hour that I'll spend on the other planet. It could take an hour just to do the bare minimum, but it may only take half an hour. But if it's promising enough, like, other planets have higher value research items a lot more frequently. So, and what you can do is bring a bunch of generators with you and set up an off-planet research station. And if you put down like 9 research stations, you won't need a lot of generators. You just leave, and you never go back, and you just let those generators run those. It'll be slow. It'll trickle research, but it won't. Nothing will ever stop it. Nothing will ever interrupt it. And we are just about out of resin. This is my last piece of resin. Uh-oh, that's shitty. Like I said, you don't want to die underground if you're not near a tether line. So I'm going to imagine that if I dig this way, I'll at least come out the other side of the mountain. Even if it is up the mountain a ways. Nope. We're in a tunnel here. Let's run this. I feel like if I run this tunnel, I'll probably find some more resin. There's compound. There's the base that way. No resin. Alright, that filter's about to go, which will leave me with just my oxygen tanks, but this looks like surface level color. Let's go a little steeper. It feels like a good idea to go really steep to get out from the underground, but remember that it's slower going to get out. Like, there is actual resistance. Ah, thank God, because that base is too far away for the air that I have on hand. I should be good with one, but let's just not chance it. Well, I don't need that. Looks like it'll be easier to get down this mountain without tunneling if I just go around. Yep. Maybe. See if I can get over that. Nice. Now I am taking some fall damage, so you have to be careful. Sometimes you have to rest a little bit when you're doing this to make sure that you recharge, in case you get to a point like that where you just start sliding and then you fall off the edge like that. Sometimes that fall off can be really steep, and you want to make sure to have all the health possible to survive that fall. Now, we haven't recharged all of our power, but if you look, it really doesn't... You get a lot more power out of this battery than you do out of the one in the suit. Otherwise it would be, too easy. And whenever I dig through a mountain, I tend to go upward a little bit because you never know how high the terrain's going to be on the other side. You could end up accidentally digging for a long time without really needing to. So I kind of dig upward to make sure I get... Yeah, I'm way up though. Unnecessary, but you slide down the other side and it gives you that speed boost, so it's okay to dig upward when you're worried about coming out the other side of a mountain too low and still being underground. Of course, this has blue and purple dirt for the most part at the surface, so you'll figure it out a lot faster than if you didn't have blue or purple dirt at the surface. If it was the same color as the mountains, it can get really confusing. Look at that. Look at that rover. I wonder what that rover's got on it. Is there another storm? Nope. You can also just do this. Ah, it's an air filter. Damn it. Oh well. One less that I have to make to get home. Ooh! Gotta hurry up and zap these. Once you dig them up, they'll stop spitting, but the gas will still kill you, so... Ah, I'm stuck. Cool. Now, what I was talking about earlier, about research on other planets being easier to set up something that you can then just walk away from, like a microwave. Even then, you still don't have to quite go that far. You can actually just go and do the bare minimum trip that I was talking about. And then you can always just go back later, and it's still faster than trying to do all your research on the home planet. Except that you have to take a bunch of stuff with you on a bigger shuttle that takes long. So it's not really worth it, but it can be. If you get enough going on, if you get early game really fast, some of that stuff can be really extra useful. Alright, we grabbed a little bit of resin. There's our soil centrifuge. More copper. Whoops. Okay. That unpacking. And that on the bottom, not the top. And then I need 2 of these because I still didn't find a chair. While I was out, I was hoping I would come across a chair somewhere, but I did not. Okay, so what I need is my beacon, wind generator. Might as well kill the oxygen filter out there. I don't need this stuff, but I will take the empty canister. No, I might need the dirt. No, we'll leave their dirt. Okay, so I've got an extra thruster to get home. I've got wind, air, dirt. I don't think I'll need a battery, and I'll probably find some there anyway. Alright. Farewell, you base. Ready? Here we go. Whoa! It's all automated, you don't have to control anything, but that's probably a good thing, because it would be really difficult. Oh, damn it. Oh, it's catching up. Good. Yes! This is the one-stop shop. This planet has everything you will need. Everything. You could actually just stay there. Except it's a chaotic planet that quickly becomes unstable, has constant storms on the surface. But if you're okay with building your solar panels on the surface and running the power underground, it's not so bad. Oh yeah, that looks perfect. This planet's crazy. The world gen here is absolutely bonkers. I need to check on Pika. What's up, Reggie? Come on, hungry cat. You ready for dinner? Hurry! I don't have all day. What are you walking for? I guess you're not that hungry. Should I close the door then? You don't want to come in? Halo Tika. I'm good. Well, there's no cheese here. I know the chicken's not your favorite. But it has fish all in it. So. I know, you hate it when I take food. You got a little bit on it. There we go. Got it. Awesome. Okay, we're back. And you've had a chance to look at the little bit of this crazy planet here. It created a little piece of dirt here just for us to land on, which makes things really difficult. But it's not so bad. I just want this plant gone. Dig up some dirt over here to fill my canister so I can make a little ramp. That thing should vanish at some point. There we go. Perfect. Alright, so first things first. Our engine is... Oh, the solid fuel thruster is a single-use item. It'll take you from one planet to another one time. So there, that is why I brought a packaged second one. We also need a beacon. Not blue, because the planet's blue. Alright, we've got our generator and our air tank. So we're ready to explore a much more dangerous planet. We will see why it's more dangerous in a moment. Excuse me, Rock. Immediately there's a gas blaster. Just on the wall right here. Who knows how many more there are right here. Just waiting on the inside of this wall for me to finish my ramp so they can kill me. There it is. They're usually in threes. On this planet, there can often be many more. Now the gas is still there, but at a distance it won't kill you. But good luck memorizing what that distance is. It can be hard to trace. Ah! Pretty sure I would have survived the fall, but it's really hard to build these ramps from above. It's already glitching a little bit. That's too bad. I think it is. It's hard to tell. It starts to get kind of clunky with the increments on your terrain tool. Alright, right off the bat we've got some lithium. Two of those is enough for now. It's not the primary resource I'm here for. In fact, I don't even have to take it back with me. But it's not such a bad idea to have a couple for starting the project I'm about to start. That's a lot of iron. Hematite. Blood ore. Even the caves get dusty when there's a storm on the surface. You're out of harm's way, but as you noticed, the ceiling's actually going to have more holes in it, more openings here, so being underground is not always safe from the storms. Oh, I was too close to that when it exploded. That's okay. It should land me next to my shuttle on that planet still. I didn't even notice that. Oh, crap. Well, I'm gonna... Not a perfect game. If I stay inside the dropship, I'll be safe from the storm, but if I get out, I'll start falling. I might be able to catch on... I should be able to catch on this ledge here and be safe. We'll see. But not something I would want to navigate in the storm. So that means I'll extend this platform out a little bit. Once the storm passes. I still hear the tornado-like sound, so I'm not quite convinced we're safe yet. Sometimes there's a few straggler rocks at the end. Alright. Oh nice, he just put it straight on it. Cool. Oh, I don't have my canister. Dirt surfing. Blast that one from nice and far away. And actually, I don't really want that. Buried on another planet. What a way to go. Okay, so we'll go ahead and drop off this stuff while we air up. Technically enough of both of those, but not a good reason to stop. Make sure we have a walkable path. We do. Now make sure we can clean up these guys. Ah, shit. No, not again. Not already. Okay, that's a safe distance. The gas cloud's thin enough that it won't kill me now. That one could. I haven't really seen any research objects here. It's kind of strange. Although I haven't been looking for them either. But it's also not hard to run around in the surface of the other planet to get research stuff. It's just more spread out. So if you're here and you're just not finding a lot of research stuff, don't make a big thing out of it. You'll get tools that make it easier to find on the other planet. It just takes longer. It's further down the technological path. You get really good at just running past those and zapping them real fast. And then jumping into a hole and dying anyway. Okay, that should be enough of that stuff. This I'm not going to put in there, because I don't want it. Uh-oh. Still have to recharge. If you're using this pillar, as a visual beacon, it's a good idea to put multiple tethers around the base of it so that it's brighter from all angles. Sphalerite, I want one of those. And I still don't see any of... Oh, what is that? Oh, that's light getting through. Alright. Still not finding the wolframite. So I can make tungsten. Guess we'll drop this off just in case. Although it's not typically a very surfacey resource, doesn't mean you won't find any in some of these little trenches and ravines. I may just have to go further underground. Nope, there it is. Okay. See the wall I have to follow to get back. I just need 3. 4 would be nice, but 3 is all I really need. I may only end up with like 2.5. No, it looks like we'll get a full 3 out of it. Maybe 4? Never hope for 4. You almost never find 4 here of anything. Okay. Oh crap. Shit. Where am I going? There it is. Way in the other direction. Okay. Good job. We'll make do with 3 because I don't want to be here any longer. Oh look, we got lucky and found one of these. So if I had forgotten to bring the extra thruster, that would have been my only way off the planet, other than building a base, a whole base, just well, small, but still an entire base for just that, just a motor. It's an expensive investment, but you know, when the payoff is not dying, it gets pretty favorable. Alright. Now if I gotta know what's over there. This is really dangerous. I probably shouldn't do it, but I'm gonna. No tether line, lots of potential pitfalls, literally. Just to see what's inside here. Well, you know, there's worse things to have as reserve at a base. Oh yeah, I did that in the wrong order. I left my pile of stuff down there. So with that pile there, I need to drop that. Nope, sorry, wrong. That. Nope, wrong again. Drop that. It's very risky what I'm about to do, but it's, well, it's what you do. Okay, it's not very risky. Ill-advised, ill-advised. Hey, they screwed me. Unlock the battery. There. There. Now I can store 1 lithium in that spot. Scoop that up. We'll mine out another piece of lithium real fast. And then we drop the air filter and we run back to the surface with everything we need to get off the planet, or everything we want to leave the planet with. And hopefully the impact we've had on this planet won't be too much of a long-term detriment to the game, to the stability of the save. So cute. Damn it. I have to go all the way around, huh? Shit. Man, if I hadn't made 1 or 2 little mistakes, 30 seconds I could have gotten to that planet. Now I have to wait for it to go. You see how slowly it's drifting away? I have to go all the way back around. So we're not going to sit in space and do that. That's stupid. I'm going to go back down to the planet and try to find more iron, since I'd rather be taking that back than a whole shit ton of lithium. Now, technically, lithium's more valuable, but you can start scrapping for lithium much sooner if you have, and at a much higher rate if you have more hematite, or iron with you. Of course, none of that matters if I'm can't move. Now, the only reason that I came back down here is because I already knew that there was another thruster. This one's half used because I didn't leave the planet, but it won't get me home. See how the bottom of it is off-colored down here? That's the way it looks when it's too damaged. Or not damaged, too used. Too used up to get you all the way home. Now later on you can build a fueled thruster that can be refilled. One canister of fuel will take you a very more trips, and it can hold 3 canisters on the thruster itself. Now, if I remember right, it takes about 10 minutes. It's a solid fuel thruster, so it's kind of like an Estes model rocket engine. You use it once and then it's done for. Or like the engines that rockets use to take off. You know, they used to not be reusable. Now they can be. But Oh, I didn't bring my canister. You can also use dirt to make a trail. Just add little piles of dirt that won't even be the same color. So it creates like a breadcrumb trail. Maybe there's a canister on this guy. Air tank, that's... Ah! Always look around whenever you stop. Or look around before you stop. Or just don't ever stop. No! Can't believe I missed one. There we go. There's some wolframite. I just need to find some iron. We will be in business. Oh, just more wolframite. Okay, should not stray too far from that tether, but I kind of want to peek around a little bit, just in case. Oh, I got a phone call. Pardon me for a moment. Alright, there we go. I'm back. And I did not find the iron that I wanted. But I still have plenty of time before the planet loops all the way around. Come on, pick it up. It's a consistent cycle. It usually takes about, I think it's 10 or 15 minutes. So I should have a couple more minutes before it makes a full circle. It's really hard to learn all the timings of the planets from each other. But it's at least a good idea to learn the couple of planets that you like to go to and their distance from the primary planet, their time from the primary planet. And you want it to be edge to edge, so you want the last possible second that you can't do it, that you can't get to the planet, all the way to where it comes back around and into the range again. So you don't want to just know how long it takes each planet to go around the sun. That won't help you much. It has to be how long it takes them to get within each other's range again. Oh boy. No! There's gas blasters on the outside. They're like right over here or something. Little pellets of organic give them away. When you dig all the way through the wall like that. See, there's one down there. You can see this gas coming up. But since I took one of them out, the gas... Ah, shit! Oh, that was close. The gas won't be as dense because I took one of them out, so I should be able to outrun them now. And of course, if you get in danger at that point, like I just did before it's finished, you at least want it to be low enough that you can get... Ah, run! So you just run a circle around here. The ramp's not complete, so I can't get back up, but I can at least run and dig these guys up really quick. Because I can't complete the ramp until they're gone, or they'll kill me. So just enough to leech off the air supply and then move again. That's why it was lucky to find that second air tank, because that gives me more time that I can be off tether. I don't see any iron. Ceiling, floor, nowhere. Is that spalerite? No, that's not. Yeah. Well, we'll get this spalerite. That'll be easy enough. Maybe there's some iron over here. Nice. See, they're hiding on the side of the ledge here. If I hadn't noticed that gas cloud, I would have been dead while I was mining. the roof of this cave. Because their gas goes through the floor. I hate it. There's a reason they took them out of the game, but it's disappointing. You'll still find something like those every once in a while, but it's one by itself. It's a lot more obvious, and they're almost never hard to see. Which is rather disappointing, because you should die in this game. You should die a lot in this game. You should die frequently in this game. Until you get really good at not dying. And there were just too many little kids getting frustrated, I guess. Too many refunds from frustrated children. Alright. We are done on this planet. So let's see, it's been about 10 minutes. I hope I wasn't off on my timing. That would be really embarrassing and tedious. It has been a while. And I'm picking these up because if you don't, they constantly check for an oxygen source. Oh, for dying? Yeah, I don't mind. There are times where it's really frustrating to die in this game, but the most frustrating part of it is that it was your own fault for being in a situation where you had that much to lose. So just don't screw up next time. Alright, so there's 3 hematites, a spalerite, all this wonderful stuff getting left behind. Now I don't need 2 spalerites. Hematite. Alright, we'll take that. I think it's enough hematite. And once again, damn it. I choose you. Very good. All right. Sequencing is important. Of course, always is. Okay, now we can leave. Blast off! Crazy ass planet. Oh no. How long is it gonna take? Shit, that will be faster. I'll just find another engine on this planet and hope that I don't fuck up. Oh, this planet circles around so fast that you might as well just jump on it. But God help me if I can't find a thruster underground. Holy crap, Bob. This is the Radiated Planet. If you thought the last planet wanted you dead, this is that planet's sociopathic cousin. Just as many storms, just as violent, only the train is even more ridiculous. And I'm doing this because if I die without being able to find my corpse, I have to go back to the exotic planet again to get more of that stuff. So there's no way I'm letting that happen. But it looks like it's going to take another 20 minutes to for the planet to come back around. Wow. Oh, I'm getting a big middle finger here. Holy crap. That just goes back to the surface. Shit. Oh no. If I'm not out of here in 20 minutes, it'll be hilarious. But it definitely should not take that long to find another rocket thruster. I hope. I really need some compound to make tethers. At this point, since I'm not carrying anything, it really doesn't matter how far I go. I just need to... Doesn't matter if I die. I just need to know what's out here. I hope I don't get caught in a storm. So my ship is completely hidden behind the mountain. I don't even have a beacon for it. Where is it? Ah, shit. I have no idea. But this corpse beacon will tell me what I need to know. See, death is a tool in this game. Death is a tool. Damn. Spiral cut a walkway into these mountains and you can get up them much easier. Use them as a lookout point. Oh, that's where I died? Okay. That's not so bad because there's... I thought I saw quartz around here somewhere. Ah, shit. Treacherous ass planet. Oh, it's over that way. Wait, where'd it go now? Damn it. Well, there's my corpse. I keep losing the beacon. It's probably right there. The important thing is that I can't lose my stuff. What's over there? That looks important. Come on, guys. I just need some compound. A little bit of compound, I'll be great. Like one box of tethers would change everything here. And that's nothing. Wow, this has never happened before. This is the worst I've ever seen this planet. There's like nothing here at all. Oh well, I'll just have to die a few more times until I get it all figured out. Uh-huh. Just over that. Ah, it's right there. It's right there. Can see it. My goodness. Well, it's been 10 more minutes. It's starting to look like I should have just waited. But what fun would that be? In fact, it sounds thoroughly boring. Hey, where'd all my stuff go? There was a lot more stuff in there. Did it fall through the map? Holy shit. It totally did. Ah! Almost made it. Wow. This has all gone completely to shit. Now I've lost resources for no reason. I should have just avoided this planet entirely. It was a gamble, though. That was kind of the whole point. Ah, shit. That was way too far. No? Well, there's my stuff. Looks like it fell down the hole here. And there is nothing useful down here. Oh my god. Oh, finally. Found some compound. Can I get it back up to the surface at any point? I don't know. We'll see. Oh my. Yeah, I know where it is. Straight down. Resin! Where is resin? Damn it. It doesn't exist. That's why everybody hates this planet. Because it hates you back. Yes, that's basically the intention of the planet. Was every way they could make it hostile without just filling it with one hazard. I'm usually pretty good at surviving here, but because I didn't actually bring any resin or compound, it's really difficult to get anything done. Right. Everything's rolling downhill again. Damn it, stop. Don't do that. Oh well, at least it'll go into that ditch. Come on. What the fuck? The whole point of coming here was to try to get stuff back faster. Damn it. Well, so much for that. Alright. I have a plan now. I would have died anyway, at some point, and the whole cycle would have started. It's gonna take a minute to do what I have to do to get out of here, but it'll get done, and then I'll never come back ever again. No, get off! You can't cancel emotes and you can't move, which is ridiculous, but it's the way it is. So if you emote at the wrong time, it can very easily kill you. Quit. Yeah. I always said don't die in a tunnel going to the top, but when you're only dealing with one tunnel forever, it's okay to do. Not ideal, but it's okay. And again, no compass, so hopefully you dig the right way. But I'll be able to easily get back into this tunnel and finish it. Until I finally get to the surface with this one piece of compound. That will then save me. Oh, look at that, I made it. I might be able to see that from the overworld. Nice. See, death is a tool. Sometimes it's just a process. Alright, there's the corpse beacon. So I know which direction it is, in case it's hard to see from where I land. Which it is. And if I can't get that one piece of compound all the way back, I can at least get it closer. So it might take a couple of deaths to get it back there. But that's okay.
Kind of wish I had 2 pieces, but let's go ahead and get a second piece. Because it's going to, well, we'll probably need more than that. It's going to take a lot of compound. Now that I have an open tunnel, there's the piece that was on the old corpse. And there's one more just in case. Alright, so I'll get about that far again this time. Just maybe to the mouth of that cave there. Not quite. Oh no, we'll get there. Might fall a little bit short. Nope, we're good. Awesome. Now I've got 4 pieces, so I can make 4 boxes of tethers. Finally. And that will allow me to go down there, get my stuff, and then come back up to the surface with it. And then I still have to find a thruster. Do not fall on those. Just ask Boba Fett. Okay. Sweet. And yes, we're most likely at that point where I would have been able to, if I had just sat in space and waited, I would be landing on the home planet by now, but then I wouldn't be having all this fun, so, oh well. Did I miss? What? Wow. Looks like I missed. Okay, that's fine. Thought I knew the angle better than that, but 3D geometry mapping is not my strong suit. Surprise, surprise. Now, I can't just jump down this time. I actually have to have a pathway so I can get back up with my stuff. Because if I don't have any resin, then I can't make a canister, which means I can't create stuff out of dirt. So, you have to find where that. And then you figure out where it touches the ground. You be careful not to dig out the bottom, because that will screw you. And then you conserve tethers by not making the full line. Cutting corners, because they'll go through walls. And now I can just use that drop hole that I dug that got me here the first time. No freaking kidding, huh? And I also have to figure out where there's a thruster around here without getting killed. Sometimes you'll find thrusters near the satellites. Not this one. This is the point that I should have been at when I got here. So let's see how much longer that takes. Damn it. Not a thing. Wow. I need help. Somebody come save me. Bring me an extra thruster. Ah. Ah. Straight piece of sphalerite that I dropped on. I need to go another layer deeper? Oh my god. But this planet already hates me. No? Nothing down here, huh? Nope. That's just If there's not another layer by now, then you missed the layers and you're just gonna dig forever to the core of the planet. And I don't have that many tethers or the desire to do that in any way, shape, or form, so never mind. We just have to keep going. No thrusters. Shit. Woo, barely in time. It's getting a little glitchy, which is surprising because it shouldn't be. It's way too soon for it to get that twitchy. No resin anywhere. No motors anywhere. Just lots and lots of middle fingers. And that goes down deeper. Damn it. Super glitchy. Damn it. Those aren't useful. Okay. I've been on this planet and found thrusters just everywhere before. Just like littering the place. This is some of the worst RNG I've ever had in my life. Damn. Yeah, that's true. Hey, look what I learned how to do. Can't do it for hours. Everything's harder with an audience. That's why you gotta practice even when you're good in practice. Oh my god. Wow. I can't lose this corpse. Too important. Alright. Let's just backtrack a little bit, so I don't really have much choice. Organic, be gone. You're useless. Other resources, get over there where I don't have to worry about you. Ah! Okay. Well, guess I'll take what I have back to the surface and look around up there. It's gonna be the only way. Maybe I'll just go over here real quick. Well, there's some aluminum. That's promising. I don't need a lot of that. Although it does mean that I need more compound. Just one. But I also need a generator, which I definitely don't have. Okay, fine. Nothing down there. Shit. How crappy. That's alright, I got plenty of tethers to use on the surface. Aha! almost there. I almost have everything I need. And I will get the hell out of here. Haha. I haven't seen any, what do you call it? Ammonium. Hi, Kitty. How you doing? All right. Now don't fall through the map this time, okay? Please. Please. Just need to go far enough away to find a different cave. Don't have... Oh look, Astronium. The most useless material in the game. Even though it's named after the game. It says a lot. It literally does nothing. You can research it, but it's mediocre at best. Storm coming. Time to take our work back underground and stop it from falling into the wrong hands. Still no canister. Just getting to be a bit of a problem here. God, my kingdom for a fucking thruster. I should have found 5 by now. Minimum. Yeah. All about doing not what... Full comprehensive list of what not to do. Forget digging those things up, just go around. shit, there's one in the dirt right there. Frickin' landmines. Nothing. So much nothing. Wow. It's been a long time since I've spent any amount of time on this planet, but my god, definitely not this much. Like, there's been a couple of times where I've been masochistic enough to just say, I'll just play the whole game from here, and that's it. But, you know, you bring stuff. You bring essentials with you. Hey. Canister? Yes, no, maybe. Nope, doesn't look like it. Damn. Research, yay. I'll research my way out of this. Oh wait, that's never gonna work. It's not how anything works. Wolframite. Hilarious. Nice. Tech cube. That's worth like 10,000 research, but I don't have a station here and I can't bring it back. So yeah, actually kind of very useless at the moment. So much nothing. Fuck. This is getting out of hand. Where did that tether line go? Oh, okay. It should be just over this hill. I'll probably die. I thought it was around here somewhere. Well, that corpse might be lost. Maybe I should just hunt the surface for shipwrecks. Try to find what I need that way. I feel like that's going to be a lot more productive. It sounds stupid, but you never know. A down ship could have ammonium in it. It could have already smelted material in it. Never how you want to start an adventure, but not the worst way once you've understood that things are pretty much completely against you. So we do the Death March, where I know I'm going to die, but I have to try to find something useful, and then let my corpse be the beacon for it. Anything useful. I see nothing. No shipwrecks. Nothing. Insane. Well, let's see what I can see from space. Maybe we'll get something on our way in. Just take me back to the home planet. It'll be easier to start from scratch. Okay. I have no way to process quartz into glass to make air tanks. I could make a new beacon though. That's what I'll do. I'll make a taller beacon at the top of this mountain. That'll make things a little easier. Oh shit, that's compound. Son of a bitch. You've gotta be kidding me. That's as much as they were willing to show? I hope that doesn't mean it's a tiny ass pile, but it... I don't know if the logic of all the decisions I'm making is evident, especially in the face of all the illogical decisions I've made up to this point, but it is true that as an educational exercise, there's been a lot to demonstrate as far as what to do and what not to do. For instance, sit in space and wait. Don't count on finding thrusters or the materials to make them ever. It shouldn't have taken more than 5-10 minutes to find a thruster, but here I am way past the time that I expected to save. About 20 minutes deep in wasted time. But still having fun. Still interested in the exploration and how this place is different than it usually would be. How much more barren this place is. And how unrecognizable it is from its current game counterpart. All the planets are, basically. Normally there would be lots of shipwrecks to sort through, because you can imagine that the majority of people that try to navigate this planet die, and then their ship crashes after it runs out of the fuel or its orbit otherwise degrades. Unbelievable. Still not anything. Like, I've had rovers on this planet and driven all over the place, and I've never seen one so persistently barren. Like, there's usually signs of death where, you know, salvage. There's lots and lots to salvage usually. I see nothing. Tiptoe past that thing. My God. I'm just gonna go straight over that mountain there. Bounce down this to prevent fall damage. Storm coming. The sky's still hazy, whether you hear the storm or not. The sky's still hazy, you could still get smacked by a rock. Gotta be careful. Frankly, I'm tired of hiding. No shipwrecks, no salvage, nothing. Research objects everywhere, but nothing to put them in. Holy shit snacks. Yep, definitely the worst planet I've ever seen in my life. This is a rare amount of awful. So the reason I'm putting them on the inside of the wall like that is because it shortens the length of the overall tether run just slightly. But sometimes slightly is all you need. Shit. Looks like this is it. Still don't have a canister. We'll go down that hole in just a minute, but I also want to see what's along this cave really fast. Probably just drops off it, is what it looks like. That's normal. That doesn't mean you don't use it as a lookout vantage point. Plus there's all kinds of stuff that can get stuck up in the ceiling too. I'll go down over here. Whoa, no thank you. That was a little too close. Okay. Well, that's nice. Thanks. Not a good time to be taking fall damage. That's pretty deep. There could be some stuff down there. Let's just walk around a little bit more. Resin! Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. Please tell me I've got enough tethers to get there. Because I still need more compound now. And compound. Look at that. We're saved. Ish. I still have to find ammonium, which I haven't seen much of, but it shouldn't be too hard. Get out of here. We got lucky enough with the resin. I might as well see if there's anything else in this area. It seems to be an area of focused generosity. Still no engines. No thrusters. Alright, 2 for the table. And then 2 for that. And then I can smelt down the iron. I mean the... shit. The aluminum. So God help me if there's not 4 resins here, but it looks like we're good. Just need 1 more. And then I won't need a soil canister at all. Sweet. What the hell? Oh, I got gas through from above. That's okay. I know where that was. The tough part is how slow the ore smelting is when you've only got 1 generator. Nice, it hasn't emptied out. And I can stray off path a little bit more now because I'm not leaving beacons. But not too much because you don't want to die. When you're when your corpse is sitting on a ledge like that. Because as soon as you do, if you die a second time, like I almost did just there, then your corpse disappears, but all the items are still there. They just become loose. Which is just great. Because then they roll away, and you're screwed. So I should probably go collect my stuff before I get too carried away. Not bad. No, actually, sometimes stuff will just fall through the dirt for no reason. One of the glitches in the game. It's not so bad until it happens to like your really intense giant rover train, and then you have to dig down to the next layer of tunnels to find it, hoping that it actually hits a tunnel layer, because if it doesn't, then it came out the other side of the planet and you're kind of screwed. Because it falls until it gets into open air again when something falls to the planet, so you have to hope there's a cave. You can also just dig out shit, that was close. You can also just dig out a second layer underneath it to catch stuff, but then it could fall through that, so it's really just how much time do you want to... Oh, I did the same stupid thing again! So now all that shit just fell. I forgot why I died. Time for another beer. So that thing that I was talking about, we'll get to see that. Alright, let's do it. serious time. But yeah, I don't encourage a lot of people to play the final early access version. It is a lot less stable, but only as of about, I don't know, within the last year is when they made the new system more stable. It really wasn't that much better. They're like, oh yeah, we did Terrain 2.0, we fixed everything, and it was exactly the same. It only changed the way it looked, and it looked terrible. So it was really frustrating. Like, why did you do that? All right. Okay, I don't see any gas on the ceiling. I don't... Oh, there they are. Now I see them. Check around here. Get rid of these really fast. Still can't stand still for very long, but still have to find ammonium, or we can't make an engine. Okay. There's the laterite pile, which means that's the tethers. Okay. I managed to do that without getting lost or anything. All that swirling around, it's really easy to get disoriented. Go. Gotta maximize the reach of every tether. So otherwise I gotta burn more of this compound until I find more. I don't want to do that. unless I absolutely have to. Holy shit, I'm back here? Oh my god. It's okay, I haven't been over here yet. I just need ammonium, that's it. If I could find some ammonium, I'd be out of here. It's the gold color stuff. Should be easy to spot, right? Oh boy. Oh, wow. That's it. That's all I need. That's the only thing I need right there. Everything else I've done so far has been pointless, basically. This is it. This is the thing I was about to make as soon as I found a piece of ammonium. I was going to make a smelter and sit around all day waiting for the smelter to run off of one organic generator. It's going to be kind of a bitch to get her all the way back, but it doesn't matter. Oh, don't die. Forgot about that return trip being so hazardous. Don't get pinkied. Gross. Don't drop it. I hope it doesn't fall through the map anywhere. I hope it's not too much of a pain in the ass to get over some of these mountains. See, it's okay to leave tethers on other planets because they disconnect and they're inactive. But what I did was really bad. I left my tether network plugged in on the home planet, and it's still active because it never occurred to them to have the tether system turn off when you're not on that planet, which would have saved a lot of reason. Hey, there's resin. Doesn't matter. Hopefully my shit didn't fall through the map again, right? Because then they'd have to go back and rewrite the tethers to have a planet ID in their code. A location. And I guess that was just too damn complicated, so there's still the tether system is one of the most consuming other than driving really fast in other unfamiliar territory down a hill at full speed with the gravity makes you go about twice as fast, and the rendering and everything has a hard time keeping up with you because you're creating too many new objects at once. Other than that, and the tether system can make it much worse if you go far enough. If you even just making the network too big on one planet can be terrible. So like basically what I'll do is I'll have my small primary networks and dial them back a little bit for later, because eventually you just get enough oxygen tanks you can pretty much go anywhere. Where's that? Okay, cool. Let's da da. I don't know if that's all of it, but it looks like enough of it. I guess those tethers are still up, though. I could just go get all of it if it's still down there. Should be. I don't suppose I really need that anymore. We'll leave that here. Leave the laterite there in case I end up stranded on this planet again. Which, let's face it, that'd be really stupid, but it shouldn't have happened this time, so it could happen, because it did. So we'll just leave all that stuff here and hope that it doesn't fall through the map. But I am short 2 resources. No idea what they are. But I've got my 3 wolframite and 4 hematite. Yeah, that's fine. That's acceptable. And this planet goes around the sun really fast. So it doesn't matter what position I am relative to the home planet that I'm trying desperately to get back to, because... Oh, that's way too relaxing with that music in this planet. Scenery. This planet goes around so fast, I'll be in range of the home planet within a minute. Oh, much sooner. Just don't accidentally click on the moon, right? There is not a confirmation text box for this. Terran. Oh. I don't know which one's which. I think that's the one I clicked on last time. See, there's my beacons. Oh, cool. Yeah, that's fine. I'll probably not get in that thing ever again. And if I do... Actually, no, I'd probably just use one of the bigger ones later. Alright. Now... home. Okay. This is what we gotta do. Thank God I picked up enough research. Well... Okay, I'm a couple thousand short, but that's okay. So I need about 6,000 more bytes. No problem, because guess what? I think that's about what I'll get over here. Oh, wait. Derp, 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 derp. Let's get this thing loaded up. This goes over here. Okay, the cat's dreaming, lying on her back, and it's the damn cutest thing I've ever seen. As you would expect. Alright. Guess I'm gonna bring more resources back with me, that's why. Yeah, things run a lot smoother on the home planet because it's not doing both tether networks. The 2 tether networks I had on the other planets, they're shut off now. They don't exist anymore. But only because they're not connected to a power or oxygen source, not because they're on a different planet. The smart thing to do would have it have the game auto-assign complex ID to every existing tether network, and then have part of that ID be the planet that it's on, and have it automatically shut off. Oh shit, I went too far. Uh-oh. Well, I died, and I don't care. I thought the tether network came all the way out here. How far does it go? Yes, you can emote during the suffocation, which makes it a little less irritating to watch because it makes it silly. Because let's face it, I'm pretty sure this dude's a clone or a robot or something. There's just no tethers on this side. Damn. Should have realized that. I assumed that there was a tether network somewhere around here, but there's not. Surprise! So I just have to not die, which is fine. That should not be hard. Although I do want to see what's over there too. Can't remember if I've been to that one or not. And much slower running back as well. But I think this is worth about 8,000 bytes, which is enough to start the next phase of Project Mobile Base, old school style. Plus it takes those two air filters out of the game. So it frees up resources, right? Full house tonight, don't we? We used to have races. It's so hard to speedrun in this game because there's no achievements necessarily built into it, no levels or specific accomplishments other than a certain amount of research or the one that the community, I had nothing to do with it. The community came up with launching your first shuttle, like getting into orbit for the first time, basically. And, you know, you might get lucky and have all the resources you need right there next to you to do it. And you might get lucky and the first time you go underground, you find a solid fuel thruster. And so you don't even have to wait for the bytes or the time to craft or any of that stuff. You just slap it on a shuttle and you're gone. And lots of games within the game. I can't remember the dude's name that was the fastest that anyone had done it when I still was part of the community back in the day. I don't remember his name. Damn. Alright, let's take iron, ceramic, glass. I think it's actually tungsten, ceramic, and glass. Yeah, tungsten, glass, and ceramic. Iron is for the shredder, and... Hi, cat. You ready to go outside? She said, yep. You know it. Okay, and I need to craft a bunch of generators. Oh, and canister. Need to fill up this canister. And the dirt farming begins. Alright. Oh, right, it's over there. Yeah, let's do that. What happened to my other printer, though? Did I throw it? No. I guess I didn't make one. For some reason I thought I'd made a second medium printer. Okay. Resin for medium printer, or for medium storage. And tables. And I need more canisters. Sweet, sweet, sweet. Now we build the big trucks. Dirt farm. Just look at the backpack for the green dot if you don't trust that it's full, which will happen. Boom. All right. I love this game. Right. At this point, one of the things about the vehicle bay is that it doesn't actually have to be right on top of the base. So one thing I'll tend to do is, because it's only functional, pointing away, And one thing you have to be careful of with this style base, of course, is getting them so close together that you can't interact with the medium storages on them, or the common pitfalls. So if you put them slightly off alignment, it's manageable, but you need two of them next to each other to be very close to the base, maybe closer than that, so that you can then put the vehicle bay right at the edge of them, right about, it'll be right about here, for instance. And that way, if the storm came from that direction, you still have access to the vehicle bay, and it points outward. It's a little harder to get access to, so you'd want it to be preloaded. So one of the things you would do the second you heard the storm was immediately make sure that you had some resources loaded on that. If that's something you were working towards, it should get much higher prioritization at that point, because it's going to be one of the only difficult things to do, because you have your base set up correctly. To be able to not have to hide from the storms, which is a thing some people just can't get their head around, which is fine. I don't mind that. They'd much rather sit inside and then go on the Steam store page and complain about not having options. It happens a lot when I talk to people who are complaining about it. I was like, all you have to do is set your base up like this if you don't like the storms, and you can just keep working through the storm. And they're like, no, that's stupid. I should be able to set my... I'm like, no. Then you have to hide from the storms. It's part of the challenge, part of the danger, part of the awareness, part of the fun. Alright, so what do I need? Got that. Let's put this stuff on it. Okay. So we should have a zinc block here. Didn't want that. But I'm not making that yet. That'll come later. Don't need a large battery at the moment. What I need is basic resources, and lots of them. Definitely don't need that. Thank you. By the time I have enough of these basic resources, I should have 2 full jars of dirt. Hopefully. Theoretically. There we go. Now I can use the dirt to get this stuff, but I needed to get other materials as well, so I'll get all of those first and then start turning dirt into these resources. Just seems to make the most sense. Otherwise I'll just do... There's a chance that I'll be doing a lot of extra dirt scooping for no reason. It does give you an excuse to be extra thorough on these piles, though. Speaking of unnecessary digging. So there's plenty of pitfalls and places to lose time. Efficiency out the window. Not bad, not bad. It's a pretty good sized pile. Almost thought I heard a storm coming, but maybe I was wrong. Oh, that's kind of far. But it's all flat ground, not bad. Ooh, that's not a lot of time to dig. I only need 3, right? 4. Ha. Hilarious. I guess I'll just carry it. Or it makes it kind of slow, doesn't it? Still seems silly to leave it behind. Whoop. Stop pointing. I'm trying to... It's trying to save time by throwing it up in the air and then catching it again. It gives you a little bit of a normal run speed burst. Nope, they won't let me cheat. Whoops. The lazy way to drop everything in. But can't be completely lazy, you still gotta do it right. Alright. Whoop. Shit. Maybe I should fix that. Maybe. Or I could just feed all the dirt into here instead. 4. No power? What do you mean? I didn't plug it in? Oh, damn it. Alright, now we make some wind turbines. Guess we'll need some more medium storage. Another table. There we go. Two, 3, 4, 5. So we're still one short. Of course. For some reason I have 3 of these. Oh no, it looks like I had exactly the right. Okay, cool. That's good. I even have 1 extra. And there goes all the resin. Oh, headphones are low. Time to plug them in. Almost did it again. Well, that's nice, but it's not what I need. Although I suppose I need to grab some to make some tethers. Yep. Hey, look at that, a drop pod. It's the first one of those I've seen all game. Perfect. Just enough to kill the box of tethers. Right here. Alright. Let's go see what's in this drop pod. It's not usually anything super useful, but every now and then you get surprised with like a piece of smelted titanium or I should have been running the damn sciencey thingy. That's alright. That's where most of this is going anyway. Uh-oh. That sucks a lot. If you're really good, one thing you can do, and I've done it before, is you just tunnel home. See, I can see home right there. But you might accidentally dig into a trench or something that's open to the air, and then get hit by a rock. And the storm's usually going to be over long before you get home, so it's really just a way to screw around for a minute. But you just follow the tether line above you. Too soon. Oh, plus, if you're closer to the surface than you think, you could accidentally dig up one of the tethers. Which luckily I don't seem to have done yet. So it's just best to wait it out. But when you're trying to fill up canisters, there's worse things to do with your time. Had to do a little dirt farming anyway, so it really wasn't much of a waste of time with the storm. Not much. That's how it goes. Oh, there's a nice patch of clay and a nice patch of quartz. Not normally worth mining, but sometimes when it's just there like that, you can just kind of go for it. Where the shit am I going? Holy crap. I was like, wait, that's not right. Organic. All right. Alright, not bad, not bad. We're getting there. Still need some more organic though. Like a lot more. And if I'm going to be scrubbing the surface, I might as well have jars collecting it. Hard to say which one's going to be done first, but looks like it was that one. Oh shit. Wrong. Boom. Alright. Now it's starting to look like a base. Finally. Wait, I think that means I can go ahead and start making one real quick. That would be smart. That's the thing to do. Using your oxygen tank as a timer for when to head back to base. It's a lot more difficult when you're specifically hitting multiple resource piles. But just don't forget how far you are. And when you set up something so far away to specifically make it an oxygen point. Up and over. No. Oh wait. That's the way. Oh yeah, we gotta check how much research we've got done. Because that we need. And we need that too. Not even close. And how much is left on this thing? 3,000 more, but... Oh, it'll speed up eventually, just not anytime soon. Especially with me using all the power on other stuff, but hey. just one of them. There we go. I just bet. Haha. Never dug it up. That's all of it. Uh-oh, did we lose connection? Is it still running? Yeah, okay. That was weird. Ah, cat's coming back in. Alright. That didn't take long. All night. Oh, shit. I haven't gotten any notifications. The game has been pretty stuttery in general, though. It may just be that. It's okay. I basically realized that I can pretty much replace my entire stream box for about $200, maybe a little bit more, with something in the Ryzen zone. Or I could go a little further and buy a new motherboard and use my old motherboard for the stream box because it's a B450. So if I get a B550, it's still, I mean, a 450 is more than enough for what I want to do with it. Jar of dirt time, jar of dirt time. Hi, kitty. How's it going? You didn't eat all your dinner. I know you didn't. Don't act like you're hungry again. Hey, you. What's up? Oh, so sweet. Are you trying to get me to turn the lights off? Okay. Well, not yet, but soon. In about another 4 hours or so. Been drinking a lot of coffee. Okay, cool. So let's do that. Hello. Jeez, cat. Why do you always have to stand on a cardboard box like somehow it's gonna magically support you? It'll be different this time. No, cat, it only gets worse. That's it, sorry. Oh god. No. Lame. Why is he walking like that? Unintentional moonwalk. Unintentional moonwalk. Right back on again. And that. And I need to make more wind generators, although we probably kind of have enough already, but maybe some more will help. Oh, Jesus. Which way? That way? Alright, so I should be okay standing here. Just get this thing out of here. It doesn't need to be anywhere. Oh no. That small printer, that's why it can't go there. Wait, no, I can still hit it. Then we will fight in the shade. See? You don't have to stop working because of the storm. You just have to be smart. See, all these are still stacked up nice and neat. Forgot to turn that on a long time ago. Oops, that was a cancel. My bad. Right. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, hey. Now how many? It's got 2, so it needs 4 more. I don't... Oh yeah, we do. Can't take those until we're done. So we're actually ready to go. But I do need to move all 4 of these over here. Everything coming out of that smelter is going to go in that direction, so it's okay to have something in the way on the front. This is overkill power for the time being, but it's not completely useless. Okay. It is getting full power, by the way, as you can see. Just, could be better. Now, normally, coming soon, excuse me, not every one of these medium storages will have, or not every large storage will be filled by a medium storage. So, there's going to be some empty slots for gathering up more research while I'm out and about, which is basically the primary goal here. But there's another goal as well. You'll see what that is very soon. We get our carbon? Yes. And so it begins. Hard to line up with those slots on the other side if you're not looking at them. All right. Boom. You know, there's 660. It's in there. So by the time I get back, I'll be able to build a trading tower, which is what I'll need for the other side of this vehicle that I've just created. Might as well try to come back with 4 canisters of dirt.
Alright, so like before, I'm going to make sure that your solar panels are laying on a surface that's flat. But wind generators, they're not that picky. One thing I suggest is if you use any small batteries, to have them face to the back, so that when you're driving, you can see how much power they have. And we're off to the races. I'm going to go out this way because there was a medium storage full of a couple of exotic things that I wanted to pick up. And some other things I wanted to check out. And the nice thing about vehicles is that they generate oxygen. They don't... Now, rovers don't do the trickle charge thing that a shuttle will, because rovers can't take you to other planets where you'll get stranded if you don't have any power. It's just not okay. But with... Was there not? Okay. Okay, already smelted tungsten was the only good thing there. Got it. Boom. Ah. Extenders. You never know. You might as well take them. It's better than having a waste copper making them. Where do you keep them? I don't know. On the rover? Who cares? Make a pile of them in the ground. Hey, we got research. Oh, I haven't been scrapping anything. Hilarious. It's kind of the whole point. This is what the extra generators are for. So I never have to worry about Scrapper stealing my last bit of power when I'd rather be on the move. And this one takes the longest, so you always do it last. As long as you have enough power. And I don't think mine's draining much at all. Oh yeah, we put this back here so other stuff doesn't block it. Although the little orange and white sensor looking things, they take a little bit longer too, but the longer it takes, the more you get out of it, right? Gonna do is take that piece of research straight back home. Maybe I should find one more first. Yeah, probably. Because by then the other one will be done. It won't really make much difference. I think it'll be faster if I just wait. It may not be the fastest for research, but it's the least amount of time wasted driving in circles.
Plus, you know, more scrap then. What? Oh, give me a break. What, because the battery's dead? The battery's dead. There's no wind here. And it's dark. So no solar. But we have our 4 pieces. And I still have to check inside. 5 pieces, alright. We got 3 of the light panels. Cable's still red, so that means 0 power in the whole system. That way you can see it from a distance. You don't have to worry about getting right up on top of it. Check the power. At least you'll know that you have 0 power without having to check every battery. Well, I guess we'll see what's inside this thing now. Doesn't hurt to bring a couple tethers with you. Usually 1 box is enough. Go. I don't know that I need clay, but I mean, it could come in handy somehow. I don't know. It's a perfectly good chair, but I don't need it. And it'll be cheap to replace. Oh yeah, same principle. A beacon on a vehicle, a crafted beacon, has much better range than the built-in beacon on vehicles. You might as well carry one for yourself as well. Green is a good color for that. It shows up well on this planet. Let's make this one red. Especially if you die slightly underground, you'll be able to find yourself a lot easier that way. But even above ground, it's pretty useful. Yep. Of course, I'm also not going for a full run, so it's probably a good idea to just bring back as much resource as possible. Since I got these dirt jars to fill up. I can't tell you in the past how many times I've had to create several little buggies to drive around and find my corpse and car. Put the empty one above the full one because it's easier to see when you're running around. It's easier to see the one on top.
Who cares when the first one fills up, but the last one? Be nice to know when you're completely full. Of course, when you're driving, you can't see either of them, so it really doesn't make much difference. And your base won't always be on the starband. It's more that you should always be able to see your base from the starband when you get to it. So if you deviate, if you're lost and trying to get home and you deviate from the starband to get resources, make sure you follow the same path back to it and don't accidentally go backwards. Like, make a note, make a landmark, make some kind of a mark in the area. Oh shit. I didn't put a light on the front. Oh, that was dumb. Supposed to put a work light in place of one of these turbines. I forgot to do that. Because when you're in the storm, you can still move a little bit if you get all the way down and you have a light on the ground. You can still kind of see the ground just enough to kind of keep moving. And sometimes you'll just drive right out of the storm and not have to deal with it for nearly as long. It can save you a lot of time, and that windmill can go anywhere else. But we'll go ahead and go back to base because it's not working out the way I hoped. We'll put this one research in. But we do have some scrap to put onto a... Oh shit. Whoa. The car will sometimes block the rocks too, but it's not a guarantee. It's pretty risky. Oh, right. Must unlock first. With 1,000 to spare. My gosh. Let's get this trade platform built first. Tungsten and iron. No special alloy, just tungsten and iron. I like it. I accidentally picked up something extra that I didn't want. Oh yeah. By the time I'm done here, a single one of these won't make much difference. Not with what I'm about to do. Ah, come on. Fastest way around it. Now the trade platform does not require anything as far as power. 2 spalerite. Let's make it 4. Zinc. Oh, I didn't start it. Damn it, come on. Whoa. Buddy. I need that. We'll get the rest of it later, but this one piece will be worth the difference in scrap that I need for the next step. Should be. I think I only need 2 more scrap, and that's going to do it. Problem is, I know I still don't have enough material to unlock it yet, but that's why it was so frustrating. Okay. I mean, I need that too, but let's do the clay first. Wait, how much clay do I have? Nah, I know I need it. Yeah, I've only got enough for 1 more. Yeah. Clay time. Clay time is officially over. Two. Which is apparently cause for happy dance. I won't argue with that. Now, let's check our book. No, that's not even close. We need 3,000. Which means I need to stop spending power on all this stuff. But I also need to do that thing that I used to always remember to do really well. Just to plug my truck in to my base for power. Base for power. Base for power. Boom. That should speed things up significantly. And wherever the heck, there it is. If I need more spalerite, that's where it will come from. Alright, so now there's less machines running, more power. We should get our 3,000 pretty soon. But since there's other things we also have to wait for anyway, I've got 1, 2, so I only need 2 more of those. There's 1 coming out right now, so we'll put all of that back. Wait. Yeah. That's right. But I still need more resin and organic.
because I am short. It's 1 rubber. Okay. Good. A little bit of organic. Okay, a lot of organic. Plant genocide time, because it's an annoying thing to have to wait for. But I'm picking up dirt, so it's kind of a win-win still. Boom. I think that's enough, but just in case. Maybe I'll slap some in the generator too. That's worth the time I'm spending out here. So is that. But I'm about to die. For a second there, I forgot how far away I was, and I was like, oh yeah, I gotta go back. Oh wow, there's a shipwreck up top that mountain. Interesting. How's the research going? Okay, not bad. Is it accelerating or decelerating? Oh, it's at a high point. Hopefully we'll get another 800 before it drops again. So that's what I really need. Okay. Not bad, not bad. Still moving along pretty nicely. Zinc, zinc. There's not really anywhere to put it. I guess that'll have to work. Let's see, do I order more tungsten? I think so. This is a weird one, right? Like if I put another scrap on there, one more scrap, it'll give me 2, right? I think so. Am I out of tungsten? It's aluminum. Looks like it. Alright, so I need to go out and run more scrap. Not a lot. Just have to go in a different direction. Oh, it's dead too. Well, it's a good time to remember that I forgot to make that light that I wanted to make. And there's a piece of copper. And that light will tell me when the rover's got power again. Since it's disconnected, it's just a matter of a light breeze, really. That's all. I said a light breeze. Anyone?
we're gonna head out, because that shit's gonna take a while without my car generator anyway, but I need more scrap, for sure. And there's just tons of it laying around over here. I wanted to build my second scrap rover to add to the train, but things are just moving a wee bit too slow for that. Also, if you are worried about getting stuck, you can always put a single organic generator on your truck, and it will at least move even if the scrapper's running. At least a little bit. Not full speed, but at least you'll be able to get somewhere. For some people, there's nothing worse than just stopping. But typically one or two large batteries, one per scrapper, I should say, is pretty fair, pretty strong amount. Along with the generator setup that I have, you may want more wind generators, but unlikely. Something big while we're waiting. Okay, nothing stuck under it. That'll probably be one of the last things we do. Although typically this takes the longest outside of... I should have done this before the door. Let's go ahead and put that wind generator in, please. Oh yeah, the ring for this thing, wasn't it over here? Huh. There's usually a big gray ring on the ground next to a broken furnace. Interesting. Oh well, that's a healthy chunk of scrap. We'll get the tungsten we need with that. Don't need more. Just in time for a storm. And it's on the way home. That's not so bad, because we can follow the tether line. And if we're driving into the storm and not worried about its effect, then basically it just means it won't last as long. We're driving into its past. Doesn't matter if I take a slightly difficult route because I can't get out yet. I mean, I could risk it and just try to get to the other side, but I don't know if it's worth it at this point. Especially since it seems to have already passed. Cool. And if I die right here, not that bad. God damn it. so the next car is 2 storages, and then the one after that is 2 storages and another shredder. So, speaking of which, let's just go ahead and order this up. So we put 2 is 1, 3 is 2, so each one costs 1.5. Remember that with tungsten, and I think it's iron that's the same way. Hematite. Why did I put stuff in the back? That's not right. Wait, a standstill? Oh, this thing's dead. Oh yeah, let's see if we have the 3000. Beautiful. Just because the batteries are dead doesn't mean we can't keep executing construction. Well, actually it does. It's not going to build it, but it will in a minute. Okay. There's always some ambient power coming out of the base, so you should always be able to start and stop a task that requires power. If your printers aren't plugged in, it won't let you, right? It won't let you turn them on. But if it gets the tiniest bit of power, then you can. So there's 4 more batteries, and then I guess I need more spalerite for my mods. We need a lot more medium storage, which means I should probably just make another small printer. Whoop. What? Stop drifting, you stupid camera. Go. Scrap down. Tungsten carbide. There it is. Come on. Up and over, up and over. Hey little kitty cat, how you doing? Oh, she said stop. Don't talk to me, I was sleeping. Oh, little kitty. Alright.
tungsten carbide. 2 shoots of iron. Uh-oh. I think I only have 1. That's bad. Because I wasted that scrap. Do I have more scrap? I have 3. It's enough for a piece of iron. Or 2 pieces of iron, I should say. Two is 1, 3 is 2. Alright, the batteries are charging. It's looking good. Oh, that'll knock him down a peg. Oh well. It was nice for a moment, huh? Now, even if I do manage to scare up a stray piece of iron somewhere, I still need more. So that's okay. Space here. Let's get these out of the way. It's easier. Okay. I think we've basically gone as far as we can with that. It's just gonna put it together right there. Fantastic. Wait, no, that's just copper. Okay, good, 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 good. There we go. Yes, but we need that other rubber. Oh. Ruh-roh, Raggy. Resin, huh? How about that one? I wonder if that's enough. Probably not. No, still need more. We'll just do it in dirt. That's all I need. Oh yeah. Hope I saved some of that zinc. Rubber.
Busy, 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 isn't it? That's why I love this game. So much to do. Now we dirt farm. There's one canister. There's two. And the battery's dead. That's what small batteries and tethers are for. You just follow your tether line like any other time and expand the tunnel out. You have power, all the power you need for it. Just make the tunnel bigger. Eventually you'll just drive your rover train down underground. Oops. Maybe I should go the right way, since I was pretty much right on top of what I was trying to get to anyway. Oh yeah. I need to know that it's going to let me put this on the back here. Beautiful. And it's got enough to do both of the storages. Just have to get this one filled up with this. And this. The burrito was a lie. Yes, it was. Welcome, welcome. It took me almost an hour to get off of Radiated because I couldn't find just a built solid fuel thruster. So for like an hour I was gathering all the resources so I could smelt a piece of laterite. And I had everything I needed to build the generator and all the stuff. The generator and the smelter. The only thing I couldn't find was ammonium. And then I finally, right when I had everything else, I found a complete solid fuel thruster, and I was just like, an hour later, finally found one. Didn't they used to be pretty common on Radiated? Finding already put together solid fuel thrusters because there wasn't much ammonium. That's what I remember. I could be wrong. Not a bad start. Definitely gonna have to find more out there when I go. Now the fun part is gonna be lining that up to the back of this thing. I could just move the chair for a moment and put it back on, but that feels like a waste of a step, even though it's not a very big step. And this seems needlessly complicated now that I'm in the middle of it. That's not gonna reach. Damn it. Alright, let's just move the chair. It just feels so silly putting a chair on this thing like this. Just to drive it a couple feet, but it's the easiest way to do it. Smartest, fastest way to do it, I should say. Whew. That fall damage. Alright. The only thing missing from my Mega Shredder rover, the only thing missing is a couple extra generators, a co-pilot, and a whole bunch of medium storage. Just anyone you can find. Otherwise I have to go do more dirt farming. Alright. Then we'll also do that one. Boom. And that one. Cool. That is pretty much the most efficient scrapping vehicle you're going to get, other than maybe a couple more generators on the front. You know, just another 4 to 8 wind generators. But I also like to leave these 4 slots open. Uh-oh, we got wheel drag. My computer officially hates me again, or this save file does. Now, I don't have a winch. I'll have to do some scrapping before I have the materials to get a winch going, but I forgot to disconnect my tether network. It's going to hamper performance and cause glitches the whole way through. You still there, Cumulus? No. Maybe. Alright, they're both off. You take those 2 tethers, and set them down. Actually, I don't need to take these with me anymore. I should have just left them all. And I'm not going to bring a turbo mod. The wide mod's good, but the turbo mod takes too much power. You really just need one or the other, and I prefer wide. Even though when you're scrapping, most things are narrower than the basic, it's still just easier. It's still more effective. Smarter. Personal opinion. But yeah, basically you want to be able to drive while 2 shredders are running at the same time.
which is a lot of power. So I choose to have 2 batteries. You can certainly go with 1 battery and 1 extra stack of wind turbines. I think you get pretty much the same performance out of it. The main thing is to not fall for the putting solar panels on top facing upward trap, because they don't face straight up, and so they don't get 180 degrees worth of sun exposure, which makes them very much less effective. Dead weight, in my opinion. I don't think they're really putting a lot of that back anymore. Of course, it's still not going to be very often that you're driving around with both of them running. Oops. Didn't account for that, huh? Oh well. What are you gonna do, right? See, you can't put one of these large storages on the back, it won't let you, but you can put these on shredder. So you get extra storage and an extra shredder out of it. However you want to look at it. It's one or the other. You get free stuff. Shit. No. Oh, whatever. It's as quick as anything else, isn't it? Another good reason for the wide mod. What's in the way back there, huh? Come on. Is it really that bad? Stop emoting. I always forget to rebind those to something non-existent. Why wouldn't it climb that? Shouldn't have been that hard. go. But, oh, I'm on the wrong side. Let's try it again. Do it the right way this time. Aha! Now that I can actually see it, I can see how dumb it looks. Alright, take it easy, man. I didn't realize I'd been doing this for 6 hours already. Holy crap. It is a long time to play this game, though. I have played it for much longer. Oops. There we go. Yeah. Space trucking. Well, not exactly. Still planet trucking, but different planet. Now this time we'll do it the easy way. Ta-da! Insta-bridge. Hey, I'll probably be playing Star Valor tomorrow. Most likely. Crap, I am kind of hungry too. I didn't realize. Alright. Wow. So 6 hours to get a full scrapping setup going. Obviously that's way too long. It should only take 3, maybe 4. But we had the setback on... what's it called? Radiated. I guess that was only an hour out of the way. I did do some extra screwing around. It's not like you have to research enough to get... I made a few of the big batteries, which took out some of my scrap that could have gone towards making the car faster, but in place of the soil, I could have researched and equipped those mods a lot sooner to make dirt farming faster, which would have made it possible to support 2 of those soil centrifuges. So, again, definitely not what one would consider a speed run, but definitely not screwing around on purpose at all. Everything is useful to an extent. What's up, little kitty toes? You just trying to go back to sleep? Oh, poor kitty wants to sleep too. Alright, well thanks to everyone for hanging out. And yeah, we'll probably play some Star Valor tomorrow. It sounds like a good plan. I've got some stuff to do earlier in the day. May not get around to it, but I'm going to try to.